And then,
I play it now?
yes, please.
Falls out some EDM concert. I was about to get that drop.
Okay. You play all your hand.
I love that one. Could this be useful?
In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today.
This one's almost done.
10 minutes. Yeah.
This one's almost done. Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Once it's done, I can format this one, put it in that, and then you'll have a fresh.
And then are you getting mic'd up as well? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So we'll make sure that we all right. Okay.
So I've filmed everywhere here. I think I filmed here, the stage, in front of the Niyo Fest, and each of the stalls. Obviously, the last one was only 40 seconds.
Yeah, no, I get it. But we still need to film the actual event. Just speaking of which,
Nothing at the moment. What do you need? How you doing, Harvey? Yeah, not too bad, mate. Not well. Yeah, and we need a lump. One you hate, one day was the fault. I literally
I ordered one test, so that
yeah, you put table.
but in terms of discussing,
Yeah.
That's the thing. And trust is like, don't know anybody.
I've bypassed it and basically gone straight into the projector. It works fine on the projector. When I go obviously from the projector to the laptop, so it's definitely down to the
Back to
cable.
ready. Because remember,
I haven't got one here. Yeah, I haven't got one here.
So I have to rush back.
Yeah.
It's happening
They're using them. They are doing the present. You know when they're doing all three rooms simultaneously. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely the input because what I did, I think it was a combination of the input cable and the little port on the USB-C connected to. So I've given them another hub, so I had a hub on me. But just think that I've got a short cable, but I ain't got a long one. Because I never use my sleep.
No, she's not here. I'm just out. Yeah, I'm doing the settings. She's not here.
That's fine, mate, that's fine. That's fine, yeah. Alright,
But just try to reach your friend again, just in case she's able to do it today, so it doesn't.
he's going to send another HDMI cable, so that's I still got no sound on it.
Still, there's no
So
sound.
when that's playing, if there's sound on there, there's nothing coming through.
Audio, and then I think they're still trying to sort out the HDMI cables.
Right.
Yeah.
That first video has got audio.
Yeah, it's got audio.
Okay, so when you play it, should you play to the laptop instead of connecting the audio?
No, you won't be able to hear anything.
I mean, yesterday
you play-
we were able to get audio.
You know what I'm saying? If that's playing now,
Yeah?
on your laptop as a standalone on your laptop, because when you hear the
Charge
audio,
is faster.
Yes, from the laptop I will.
yeah, because I'm not hearing nothing.
You're not hearing anything.
I should
Yeah, because we're getting ready to start.
Where's my bag and my laptop?
I found you guys. Do you still need this? No? Yes? Yes? Sorry. There you go.
It's not good. Check on that. Your stage is ready. Your stage is ready. Just manual. Thank you.
Right.
Sorry, boss. Yeah, boss, can you turn on the volume still?
So, sorry. Yeah, make fun. You need to record this. Independent of that. Bring that closer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Because I don't need to. So,
Is the clicker working?
yes, but the laptop needs to move because when the laptop needs to move a little bit closer.
Sorry. Oh, the clicker's not working.
Yeah, the clicker's too far. The laptop's too far.
So it needs
It needs to be like here or
somewhere
something.
around here.
The laptop can't move because the HDMI cable is 40, so we've had to switch it out. The only other spare cable is a short one. I've rang the video guys, they're going to bring another cable down.
But they're bringing another thing.
Yeah.
Because the thing is,
When is he going to? When's he going to?
a little bit later, around 12.
The cable should be here by then, so that should be fine. So that'll be fine. So that problem won't be here.
At all.
Alright.
Let's solve the other problem.
Yeah. So you just need.
I just need to be closer to that.
Okay, cool. Now, if we. I believe you've just gone and hired one in. We have? For this speaker here. You've just hired one in for him.
Do you mind, have you done the other thing?
No. They are, sorry. They're on. All they need to do is okay. Can you do me a favor then?
Yeah.
I'm going to move all these over. Put your computer this side.
Okay.
Unless,
I mean, I could run it. I don't know. Oh, because I'm sitting. Yeah, my back's to the stage.
no, it's not even that. It's just getting this to your input. Yeah, so
So if I switch over that way.
I'm going to put this down there. You put that up there.
Okay.
That won't work. I don't think it's okay.
Alright, just put this in order.
Put it on the floor. You put it on top of there. Power behind. You've got input. I'll be back
You're
in
an
a
absolute
minute.
legend. Thank you so much.
By the time you're going to go on, we'll have
Everything sorted.
no problem. No problem. Microphone.
In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today.
Not sound.
Okay. What about the other two stages? You're not going to put on sound? I thought you said you're going to put the sound on the...
Yeah, the lapel mics. Yeah.
Can you give it to the fashion and beauty stage, please? The lapel mics. So which one were you replaying the intro vid?
Yeah.
Okay, probably.
In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today. In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today. In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today.
You're an absolute legend, bro. Thank you.
In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today. In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today. In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today.
Day two is always better day. You get over the hurdles and any snags on day one, you're eyeing the mates on day two.
I wish we had figured this out yesterday because the audio was really bad yesterday.
Okay, I'm recording. Is that because he's using the inbuilt mics?
Yeah, we had the lapels on top words. Two sets of issues.
No problem, bro.
In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today. In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today. In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today. In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today. In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision To break down those barriers and build something extraordinary, Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today.
I think our technology requires 5G, but indoors, especially in the UK, we don't get 5G. So we're stuck using old systems, OBS systems, because our one's supposed to be wireless, but 5G is required to make it work. And it does in 360 as well. And it makes it interactive where you can actually, so every single, all the sponsors, people will be able to click on, right in the middle of the video, they'll be able to click on their whatever icon, whatever we set, and it'll pop up information, calls to action, that sort of thing within video. So it's supposed to be one. So what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to do a recorded version. So we recorded some of today's ones, some of yesterday's ones, put instructions together. But ideally, it's built to work all the time. Thanks, man. So let me make sure I get your email, because once we get up and running.
In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision. To break down those barriers and build something extraordinary, Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today.
Can I have your number as well, please? What's your name, sir? Dave. I'm Ben. Nice to meet you. I love that. Have you spoken to the founder, Niyo, Oyin? Because she's, she has a salon and she has the tech element, and she's working with a lot of women to get into tech. Yeah, speak to her, like, she might be useful, yeah.
If you know it's taking me slow, but I'm at the age there, man. You know what? I need to kind of slow down.
I get it.
In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today.
Let's get live streaming. Exactly. I love opportunities to like, let's figure this out. Like, let's problem this, like, it's unforeseen. Like, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's brilliant. Okay, brilliant. So, do you guys do videos as well?
In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today.
Makes sense. And that will be within your control as well. I've sent you my number now. I've sent on WhatsApp. Ben, come on. My whole life I've been covering the map. I ain't scared of you, motherfuckers. Oh man. Let's go.
In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today. In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today. In a world where opportunity is limited, Barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today. In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today.
Backdrop just to cover the fucking. I know, that's all right, bro. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I know that.
In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today.
Can I use it?
Very easy.
In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today. In the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: To break down those barriers and build something extraordinary, Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today. In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today.
I'm gonna WhatsApp it to you.
In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today. In a world where opportunity is limited, barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision: to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today.
The GoPro.
Huh?
The 360 GoPro, right?
Yeah, yes, please. Sweet.
Mike, when you're ready to go on stage, I'll switch you on. No, not today.
Sorry.
Who went up?
In a world where opportunity is limited, Barriers often stand in the way of those with the most potential. But one woman had a vision to break down those barriers and build something extraordinary. Oyin founded Niyo, a platform designed to empower builders, especially women, through design, tech, and innovation. From small beginnings to a powerful movement, Niyo has impacted countless lives, helping women build skills, launch businesses, and take control of their futures. But this is just the beginning. Niyo is growing, evolving, and taking its mission global. We're building a future where no voice goes unheard. Join us on this journey. The future starts today.
Good morning. So my name is Tochukwu for Nigerian. It's flew yesterday for this. And before we start, I want some energy here. Yeah, I want some energy. It's here. It's some energy. Good morning. Good morning. So in Nigeria, that's my energy. Yes, I know this is very hand, but in Nigeria, none of you understand. So can we have good morning? Good morning. Thanks for coming. Can we do one thing this morning? Can we celebrate Oyin? Can we do that? Can we do a ceremony? Let's do it. Can we do a ceremony? So wait, so I want a phone. So good, it's a phone. Great, I have a phone, an iPhone. So I'm going to pretend I'm ask, and I will say, can you say the people here and scream, and I'll record it. So I'm going to pretend. I'm going to do that. So I'm going to walk. Hey, good morning! How you doing? Oh, can we celebrate the whole spot this event? Oyin! Oh my God! Whoa! Oh God! She's incredible! Somebody just fall down. Thanks for coming, guys. We have Lucy, we have Deolori, we have a fantastic time, but we need energy. We want energy. So can we have that? Great. So the first part, right now we have a fireside chat on investments and all that, and Oyi's going to host it. She's going to host it. So I'm going to come here to introduce the panelists, and when she comes, we have a pact. What's the pact? Sorry, Nigeria, so energy. Not energy. So put your hands together for the whole service of the morning. Living word.
You didn't bring your big mixer today, was that? Oh my God.
You take it out of Nigeria.
They don't want to bring it.
You can tell these Nigerians. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming.
That's cool.
I just quickly introduce our panel today. We have some amazing investors, dare I say, influential investors that essentially shape the UK investment landscape. So first of all, can I please welcome Andy Davis, investor at Thank you so much. Can I just welcome Randy Yako and
There's something changed. Why isn't it on?
And then lastly, Rupert Live. Rupert is the fund partner for Western Investment Fund.
You send it to. So show me the RTMP on that side.
Oh, that's it.
So, amazing.
Huh? It's lag.
So, quickly,
I can't see it. Which one do you? Why is this not lag?
This one's always temperamental.
Huh?
I said, this version is always temperamental. Don't know if it's
So, my name is Andy Davis, Lucy Investment Black Founders. I have the privilege of spending all my seconds with Black Founders and investors. We invest extremely early, so I say
Please welcome Mandy. Introduce yourself.
Thank you. So I'm Mandy Malcolm. I am an investor in early stage climate technology startups both in the UK and in Africa with a gender lens. I also wear second hat, so I build innovation programs such as business accelerators, venture studios, and incubators specifically for businesses tackling climate change in the UK, Bangladesh, Nepal, and more recently we scaled to Africa and Ghana as our first market. So really pleased to meet you.
Thank you, Mandy. Then we have Rupert. Rupert is one of our passion. I'll let Rupert introduce himself. Rupert is very passionate about being behind the city.
Yeah, hi, Rupert Lyle. I'm the only Glaswegian on the planet called Rupert. I have also been investing in early stage businesses for 35 years.
Those are not working.
So I know that might come as a shock to you all, seeing as I was over 60, but I am. But that's the reason why
Have you got 5G?
I've spent the last 35 years doing the journey with a whole host of entrepreneurs.
Oh, there we go.
Some of it good, a lot of it bad. My passion basically is to help founders, entrepreneurs on what is the toughest job on the planet. And I currently run the West Midlands Co-Invest Fund, which is £25 million pot of money designed to invest in early stage businesses in the West Midlands region. But I also chair 3 early stage scale-up businesses. I'm just about to launch a podcast called Have the Story, which is about the emotional journey as opposed to the business one. So we're going to get some famous people on that being vulnerable about the really tough points in the journey, the bits where as an individual they think it was going to work, challenges that they face and overcame to get where they are today. So that's me. Yeah, I'm passionate about all shapes and sizes of entrepreneurs. Particularly passionate about female founders because you don't get any bullshit if you don't get any ego with female founders. So there are some flip sides of what comes with a female founder, but it's definitely not ego and it's definitely not bullshit.
Amazing. So just backstory. I remember I met Rupert, and he was like, you must read the story brand. And he literally changed my life. And I'm sure we're going to probably talk a bit about it. Thank you all so much for joining me on this panel. I'm so honored that you accepted this invitation and shared this stage with me. So we're going to be talking about the investment landscape for Black founders. And I would like to have some zooming in into the specific gender of founders. First of all, one of the kind of problems or challenges with especially the UK ecosystem for Black founders is that they're super underfunded and over-mentored. Now, I'm privileged to invest time and money and also be part of angel programs where I've invested in female founders. And I'm seeing us doing it, and yet we're not funded. Why do you think that is from your perspective?
I mean, I can talk to it from a capital allocation perspective. So when you look at where funding actually flows and then who's receiving it, and you then for a racial lens or gender lens, it correlates. So at the moment, over 80% of capital is led by white middle-class men, and when you look at the funding story, it's pretty much in synergy of that. And when you look at who the capital allocators are, for let's say Black women specifically, and it also correlates as to why Black women are only receiving 0.006% of VC funding. I also think that funding, when we talk about this in the context of versus say our community culture, we're always focusing heavily on venture capital funding, and there are other types of funding sources out there, and there needs to be a bit more, financial literacy and exposure around what is actually appropriate for you for what type of business you're building, and who then could be capital allocators that are appropriate for your type of sector. And that's probably the main reasons that I have as faster than other economies or sectors in the UK. I think these are some of the challenges that I have noticed.
Thank you. And it's
So obviously one is an issue, that's always an issue. I think there's some that's an issue slightly before the money, and I think that's, I don't know what we're honest enough with each other as a community and culture. I feel like being investors, right, we're not honest with each other, as honest as we should be with each other, we're not honest with founders enough. So an example is always shared is I get some deals all the time, and someone says, this person's great, she talks to them. And they're like, and I talk to them, and don't be there safe, they're in a safe, good place. But now sometimes they're not great. But it's so powerful. And I'll go back to the person and say, that person's a great girl, but oh, I know. I'm like, so the problem is, I'm like, well, have you other instructions? And they say, yeah. And I'm like, well, you just learn the first question, chance the first question. So just be honest with them, how to prepare and get the investment ready. You're then just sharing it with their brag, or sharing it with someone other feelings or something like that, right? So, I feel like the honesty is missing, because that's entrepreneurs amongst yourselves, and investors to investors. And then also, what's also interesting is just, and I'm touching it, just learn how to place the sugar and also speaking like fund or source of capital is falling, right? So I asked yesterday about, what's the best source of capital for my business? They were saying, let's just say they were saying mattresses, not just like customers. That's why I was like, right, you need revenue customers. You know, like, what about this investment? Because I was looking back, where is the customer? Maybe that's where they're easier. And then actually, you get the investment form. It's a whole question. So I feel like, this is one of the things which I think that's actually people could probably go further on because they want to each other anyway. And then secondly, I think we have to just understand the best use of puzzle for our business, just because we head down out there. Also, the other sense is, even the head down, if you don't business, actually someone where the video is 500,000 or something. So I'm going to go, okay, why can I do it? It's too many unknown variables as well. Right? You don't know what the history of the relations with that investor and the journey to the structure of the actual field. It's actually capital works, services.
That's amazing.
So I want to talk about as well.
Yeah, it is. That's nice. Kind of come in a bit closer.
I think that honesty piece is something that I try to do, especially with female farmers that I invested in. Tell the business the real deal. So you need to get your sales pipeline in check, because that's going to make things easier. But what's your perspective on why do you think, black women or black people are so funded?
If I knew the answer to that, I think I'd be quite rich. Some anecdotal evidence. So in June 2023, we launched with quite a lot of West Midlands Combined Authority marketing power behind the £25 million West Midlands co-investment. And in the first 12 months, we saw 800 pitches. And I can probably count on one hand, maybe two, the number of black female founders that said experts. So there's a blockage there somehow. Not quite sure what that is, whether the whole concept of raising equity is too difficult, too much of a step. But the stats show that there aren't enough actually applying to us.
Why do there's all there's some black guys that we won't get funded by them, and it's like just actually even recently they haven't wanted to invest. What's the problem?
Well, actually, the second deal we did was investing in Cambyses, the Niyo, and we put together I think the largest fundraise for a black female founder in the West Midlands. So there's no blockage at our end. There's just something in the narrative which makes it, we've got so we're investing the money on behalf of the pensioners of the public services in the West Midlands, a lot of whom are people of colour. So our mandate is to support broadly across the region, and yet there's some blockage between all the activity that's going on out there. There are more startups in Birmingham than any other city outside London. Birmingham is the youngest city in Europe. There are more under 25s in Birmingham as a proportion than anywhere else in Europe. So all the backdrop is perfect for an entrepreneurial economy. I think one of the issues is that raising equity can sometimes seem a bit like nuclear physics. It's not easy, and part of the reason for that is that there's only 2 venture capital companies in the West Midlands. If you think the West Midlands is the same size of economy as Ukraine or Hungary, they've got 40, 50 venture capital companies in their economy. Why Niyo 2? And it sort of makes it too exclusive. It's not as accessible.
Can I chime in?
Yeah.
I was going to say, I think that sometimes these types of organisations or interventions we're not exposed to them. So until I started Discovery School, or prior to starting Discovery School, until I started working in the entrepreneurial sector, even applying for grants is something that's quite foreign for a lot of people. Knowing that they exist, that information doesn't reach our communities as easy as it does other communities from people from different races. So I think access to information is also one of the biggest challenges that we have. So where that disconnect comes in, knowing that the West Midlands investment authority exists, I'm sure there's
What do you mean it's
test the sound of the streets?
Maybe the vision of the sound, and then close.
I can go and invest, I can go to investment. I think a lot of people don't know that these institutions exist. So it comes down to what can the organizations do to further immerse themselves in these buildings. As opposed to always relying on us to try and themselves. And I think they're doing the right thing by being here today. And I think more of us will also help capitalize on capital into our hands.
Can I just chime in? I think just as skills requires a pipeline approach, funding requires a pipeline approach. Because the fact of the matter is, a lot of black founders or black people founders need to understand actually the pipeline way of, business ventures and investment. The fact of the matter is, speak about Pam is a different mind. Pam had a 6-figure business which she secured, which she was an executive, which actually didn't fuck out. Before she secured the business investment fund, which is amazing that she can have, you can see it changed it. I've had a 6-figure business, and that required me to have both of us to do things bootstrap with blood, sweat, and tears. But we are seeing on the other pole where a guy who's not the full and he's right has literally just a PDF, and just like a few conversations, and then it doesn't. Why is it?
Conviction. When you were talking earlier, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about the fact when I mentioned that where the capital is and how it flows, it comes down to conviction as to why we need people who look like us holding capital. Because sometimes there are sectors and businesses that we create for the culture that only we understand. And so if the person who's holding the money doesn't look like us or has number one always, how are they able to give us the money? They're not going to, because they have the potential that they can get returns. So if they don't understand that business model, it's never going to happen. So conviction is one of the reasons why I think that's it.
And you said invested in a black Mexican farmer in a topical surgery. And when that person traced me, we had, so she was at uni when she reached out. And we started saying how I really had it. And she was like, that's her school. And the court said, oh, like, I love chat again. And then she was like, she said, she was like, yeah, okay. And I was like, yeah. I said, well, it was just not true, it's not. And then I told my best friend, Yvonne, she's the best as well. And then we used to be very quiet sometimes, but I was in all the saying, right, just help them progress in businesses. And we're really good to hopefully, and it's a valuable way, not talking about the journey so far, she took this business, a lot of us are involved in. And go back to my mom, I think, you'd be so surprised who's going to help, and people to give you time, and just how much actually, yeah, like this. Especially how much work we're going to do to help you get to that investment ready point and build an actual true business as well. So just reach out to the manager, hey, let's get. Nobody reaching out for, that's important because I speak your brain, like, actually, I've got this basic thing, I want to talk about, or can I get your view on this or what? And I need you to do that.
So, can we, I'm going to move the conversation a bit further. What are the challenges that investors, because we talk about the capital flow, right? You know, we spoke about we need more people that don't like us to deploy capital. But the fact of the matter is, if we still need to, you cannot create power and have more capital, because really like capital flow. Right? So what can we do at the LP stage to essentially enable that flow to come in a way that's more equitable and shared across different races, you know, across different groups. What can we do? Like, I think that's probably where the problem is. Oh, sorry. So, LPs are limited partners. So these are investors of investment.
Yeah, so when you pitch to me or us for investment, we go pitch to someone else for investment. We get that money and we invest in you. That person's called an LP in this part.
I think when it comes to funding black business in the UK, the whole process is flawed. An LP, a traditional VC fund, I wouldn't base it based on the LP alone. Because if you're an institutional LP looking for big serious returns, regardless of what it is, the terms are the terms, you need to demonstrate that they can get to that level of scale. And if you don't have that pipeline onto your companies, etc., that whole LP conversation is going to run. So it comes down to, you know, what type of businesses are you funding and what's the right investment vehicles that's appropriate for them. When, you know, recently doing work in Africa, I've been really blown away by the way they've been innovating around different funding vehicles or different types of investments appropriate for the businesses that operate on the African continent. And I think in the UK it's a bit of a shake-up in terms of how we're deploying capital, where we're getting capital, the types of capital that we are creating. It's not just VC. I don't even think that's even a possibility. We can go and we can say that LPs also need to look like us, but then, I mean, how long are we going to wait for that? Perhaps maybe those who give the LPs the capital have to start looking at different metrics for success. Maybe it's not just economic returns, maybe it's the social value as well. And then, you know, I think once that changes, is when you will see a change in where the capital's going.
I think some of that's important as well. We touched on the types of capital that we use. I think, so for example, I've got a, let's say, £5 million fund, and I give you, we invest 100 to 500K. So let's say I give you 500K, right? Can you, my equity in your business has to, at minimum, turn to £5 million within 10 years' time, 10 to 12 years' time, right? If that is feasible for your business, then I'm the one problem. And you're the one business too. That is not something to take personal. That's just a matter of fact. I look at stuff like that, a big problem that I have in that. People I love and adore greatly outside. And actually, the solution that I use and rule or work with Come on, I don't like it. It is not going to be somehow. It just works like that. It works. And so I want to right, so when you talk to us about understanding what they expect to see from this, or you really have meetings, but if you look at it wasn't one side, and ask yourself, can their potential empty numbers in terms of that capital for their whole fund, even what it isn't feasible?
How do you determine that company is going to 10x or 100x? I'd like to understand how you invest in it.
You got no idea whatsoever. Is the honest truth. The structural issue we've got in the UK is that just about every venture capital executive has got an accountancy background, and they look at everything through a spreadsheet. And the one thing you can be 100% guaranteed is that your forecasts will be wrong. I have not seen one single forecast in my life that was right. Some of them, unbelievably, conservative, but most of them are way off from an over-optimistic perspective. And in actual fact, the most important thing in any early stage business is the people. And unless you've got investors who take time to understand people, the journey they're on, the backgrounds they come from, and work with them to help them create a North Star, because what you do today isn't why somebody invests, it's what you can become. SpaceX has got a vision to colonize Mars. Nobody that's investing in SpaceX thinks they're going to be sitting on Mars anytime soon, but they want to go on the journey with Elon Musk and the team that they got there, because just the very concept of being in space will need a whole load of technology which no one's thought about today. Jeff Bezos started Amazon with the vision to become the everything store, but he didn't start with everything, he started with books. And if he started with everything, Amazon wouldn't be here today, because there wasn't a parcel delivery service that could cope with a Parker dish pressure washer or an engine heat truck. So you've got to start somewhere. You've got to know what your North Star is. You've got to know how you're going to get there or where you're going to start. But the most important thing is you can't do it yourself. If you think you can do it yourself, you're delusional. You need to focus on what you are brilliant at. You are not brilliant at everything. I haven't met one entrepreneur founder in my life who's been brilliant at everything. We invested in an AI business with a female founder, and we said to her, you need to get yourself a finance director. And she said, why do we need that? Why do you do the numbers? And I said to her, well, do you want to be chief executive or do you want to be finance director? And she said, I think I'll be chief executive. And we said, right, okay, get yourself a finance director. You need to build yourself brilliance around your brilliance. You need to be able to focus on what you can hit the ball at the park doing, because you won't be able to hit the ball at the park doing. You need to build a world-class team. There's no sports team in the world that has got 11 Peter Schmeichels or 11 David Beckhams. You need to work out what your team needs to look like for you to hit the goal that you're on. And it's not about numbers. Going back to my original point, the issue in the UK is too many investors are staffed by people who've got accountancy backgrounds who only look at things through a spreadsheet.
Thank you so much for that. So from what I'm hearing is that there needs to be a conviction that this founder, I believe in this founder, I trust this founder to be able to build the next whole thing. Now, what I found is that a lot of people in the Black ecosystem are probably still trying to survive rather than trying to think about the next thing. And so most of the time, we will build products just to survive. And essentially, it's sounding like most investors are moving past that. sell pasta. I just want to sell jollof rice. Right? And I want to get an investor for jollof rice. Most of the time, these investors are probably not going to invest in the jollof rice business. And so it's a call to us here, and I hope we're all listening, for us to think bigger, to build, to impact our world. When we're thinking about what we're building, we're not just thinking about, I just want to have a food business to sell jollof rice. In fact, I want to have a food business. How do you do this that actually creates real lasting impact, right? First of all, in your community, but also in the nation that you're in, the nation of the world. Look at SpaceX, and look at Elon Musk. He's an interesting controversial character. But because of him, we have Starlink in Nigeria. What is Starlink, sorry, in Nigeria? Like, if I don't have Starlink in Nigeria, I probably can't survive, right? And that's the real impact. So there's just a call to all of us to think about how we're building, how we're building for the long term, and how we're building for the back. Okay. My next question to yourselves on the panel is what is the process that you go through when you are deciding whether this person is going to return the fund or return the investment? Because Rupert said you don't know, it's a bit of a guessing. But Andy, you were very clear that, you know what, I know that this fund is going to be 10x of the contracts.
So we look at something that's thing we say like that. We know the companies. We want to do well and they start off so great. They end up ones that kind of fail and they end up being one of the supply ones that end up blossoming. I think the last thing people think like, oh, we've got a certain type of company, I always say the founders, oh, we've got a certain type of founder, a certain type of founder. They want to back the company up. And that's the way to back the people. Hopefully our ideas are changing all the time, that's startups. So for me, I think people who's doing that work. I think I don't necessarily think that balance, something like that. And I'm just like, I don't keep every work hour to this mission, to this thing. And we can do that together. I work on each work more than 9 more times now, right? So let's come up with what we do. So what's it? So I think that's a very extreme, that's my view. So I don't work for them, but like there is a do work for when you work on it. So like very early, relaxed work accessibility. You have definitely a great understanding around the sector that you're operating in. And all competitions, so many people are hating around the city. No, it's no competition. In the competition, but even if you say you haven't used it for services, or you just want to leave it out because you do it great, then like that's a very close. It's like I think just think about the great understanding. It's like okay, it's really great services and impressive. But there's a part of the competition aren't going to make us job. It's a gigantic problem.
So you have to put trust that the person that you're putting capital behind can take you to at least a certain point where you can see or realize some form of return. So I think that time needs to come. They need to demonstrate that they're very hard working, because as Rupert mentioned earlier, this is very hard. It's not easy to build a company at all. So if you can't work hard, if you can't get to the Niyo Fest on time, you can't do certain things. So that's your life. It's very simple.
And it's not a work hard, it's work smart. It's not you work hard all the time, right? So, but that's the real base. Hard work is free. That's what I'm talking about. You work hard, you're better at the best in the thing you work hard. I'm beating you hard work. It's free. I just don't go to Netflix, so I don't understand.
Well, there's other stuff as well. So there's like
up on something and they said, definitely work hard, but work smart. There is a danger as an entrepreneur family, you can become a busy fool. Focus on what's important. Because if you so people come to us and say, right, what's your criteria? And we say, well, you've got to have unlimited turnover, you've got to be based in the West Midlands. But there are soft things that we look for. You've got to be an entrepreneur who's up for learning. If you're not up for learning, the chances of you succeeding are very, very slim. I mean, there are 90% of businesses here. The chances of you succeeding if you're not up for learning are, next to nil. Your business needs to have an alignment. You need to be able to say, I have the only business that does this. Because if you don't have an alignment, then there's a fairly good chance that somebody will do it cheaper or faster than you will. And the final thing is, make sure you've got a story. When you go to an investor, if you can't capture their hearts and minds, then you've lost it from the first moment you walk in. It is not about your pitch deck. It's about the story you tell. It's what makes a Pulitzer Prize winning novel. It's somebody who can create a story and the characters all add to that story. It's not, we're not going to read a book that's just about one person because it becomes unrealistic after a while. You need to build a cast of characters around you who's going to make the story that you're telling and this North Star that you're telling believable to somebody with a checkbook, because that's what sticks out when you're looking at 800 decks a year.
Amazing. We've got so many questions, but we're running out of time. How important is it to build authentic relationships with yourselves and investors before you get your raise? Have you found that you invested more in founders that start to build relationships, whether they ask for advice, or they ask you to put in pitch decks? Yeah, how important is relationship building?
I just think any form of business is within a business and relationship building, to be honest. How we de-risk that, or how we manage to build that into our business model is through the incubation and acceleration programs that we run. It gives us an opportunity for us to actually get to know the founders, get to know their temperament, how they make decisions, how they take feedback for a period of time before we decide to then act. So I think that's essentially key to anything that we go on.
See what that background is.
Yeah, absolutely fundamental, because it goes back to you can't do it on your own. You need relationships with people who understand your sector. Again, as an example, if you have planning double weight and somebody turns up and says, oh, we've got the best thing since sliced bread, we're so much better than this, you don't just buy then and there. You go and do your due diligence, you check out other people, other quotes, quality, reviews, all that sort of stuff. So validation is really important in anything that we buy. And when we get ahead, effectively you're pitching your vision to us. But having validation around that makes it so much more compelling. So if you've got people around the board, advisors who've been there, seen there, done it in the space, if you've got customers or suppliers who have committed to go on the journey with you, all that helps build a picture for an investor. And it makes it much less like a pitch from a founder who's in sales mode. You've got a whole lot of other organisations and people around you who are validating what you're saying, and that helps us build the jigsaw. The first thing we do is put the straight edges in place, but then we need to fill in the different bits of the jigsaw, and having other people around you as an independent, as somebody else who have any grant, organisation, anyone basically.
Amazing. I have one more thing, and I like advice. You have your aunties and uncles in my community in Nigeria, probably rich and sold bags of rice all their life, but they don't see themselves as traditional investors. I was talking to one actually, they were like, oh, you should invest in this business because they're going to return your money in 10 years. And he was like, no, I need to invest next week. How do we essentially, encourage, I guess, people who have wealth from our community, and this is to Mandy and Andy, people in our community who may have wealth, but they're not traditional investors because we've not had structures like that historically.
So I think I don't see very good thing. We're on decent hand, which is creating investors. And that would keep from our days of how we make people invest for the first time. And we're doing it now still. So even in this last one we did, probably had probably just under 50 people, probably 40 of them first time investors. And then qualified first time investors. And not the same thing. So well, not that percentage for us, but it's quite a lot of people invest in person. I think there's an education piece around it. I'm an extremely high risk as an investor, but I don't stream about how much risk is applied in this asset class, right? If you are going to invest in a startup, that is probably across the board a very bad idea, right? But if you've got the right founder, that is a great idea. And I mean, even youth individuals, you probably know people that can't be all the time. And what I would say is, if you've got a founder from your pension scheme, if it's the person looking at the first investment class, don't just go and do that. Run it by someone who knows what to do. Reach out to someone else and just go, hey, actually, we're doing this business. Right? That's really important. People all the time and say, oh, they say, hey, I've got 10, 5, 10, 25K, 50K, 100K. I love to invest in. Maybe you can invest in Mandy's fund, my fund. Right? Like, that's why there's a lot of people reaching out to me that people across the UK just, okay, I've got one fund, my fund, just invest in a fund. I'm like, yeah, what's it going to be work? Right? So there's all these options. I'm really involved in our start those as well.
I've got two perspectives, obviously, because of where the work is, but I think on the continent it's definitely hard to encourage people who have capital and used to traditional businesses to come and do this sexy tech that I'm asking them to invest in. But I think, particularly like for climate, we have an opportunity to redesign and rewire the way that we're doing things. So something basic like baby diapers that everyone, no matter what's happening in the economy, the markets we invest in Africa, so I'm in Nigeria, and right now the volatility in the currency is ridiculous. And so some pushback is why would you invest in those markets? But when you look at what we're investing in, even though we're putting a kind of lens on it, there's still basic necessities. No matter what happens, people are going to need it. And so I think if you're able to show how you will be able to distribute returns, then it's a lot more convincing for investors to get on board. I think in the UK, as we're going more and more into there is a lot more convincing. I think a lot more people are more convinced. If you look at organisations like Cornerstone Investors, they managed to create an angel syndicate group of, I believe, 20 to 50 investors. But that's not traditional VC type investors. They're people who invest in normal bricks and mortar businesses, but they've been able to lobby them together. So I think the educational piece is still a journey that we're on, and it's our responsibility to keep educating.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah. I think most people that are reasonably successful in their lives get to the stage they'd like to give something back in whatever form that is. I think the issue is that they don't know how, and there's definitely something around safety in numbers. You don't want to be the only idiot in the room. So, rifle shotting people who are prepared to give something back and say, will you invest? It's quite a scary place for an individual to be. But if they're part of a larger organisation who can chat about it and pool resources, I think it makes it so much easier for people who want to give back
appreciate it easy, right? Two things. One, I'm scared of that when 19 years old. I'm not half 19 yet, right? I'm scared of 19 years old. It's about places. So, I'm scared of the 19-year-old.
It's not making no difference.
Right? Just catch up and take my place, which is being our right? That kid, I've got some responsibilities now, right? I'm not much I will do in the future, but like, I can take responsibilities. Right? And that 19-year-old is hungry anyway. I think I'm hungry, like, it's hungry. It doesn't stop. It won't stop. Nobody's going to this, right? I've never seen a small school one going into that. It's just going to run. I'm sitting here, every day I'm scared that we're not going, I don't know when any of them, like, I have to get it every single day. And I'm scared that I'm missing the next grade that I found every single day. And do whatever it takes to get in and get there. Right? So that's what keeps me up at night, just missing the next grade deal as I should every single day. And it's scared of the 9-year-old me, but I have to keep running both.
That's such a big question. What keeps me up at night? So, I'm in a mind that there's been many transitions in the world. So you have the Industrial Revolution, you have the emergence of technology, and people like us keep getting left behind. And I've made it my life mission to make sure that we don't get left behind. So I'm looking at the next economic curves, and the green economy globally is set to be the biggest on the continent. There's so many opportunities. I need to make sure that none of us get left behind. I want to see more people that look like us building businesses in the climate lens, so that the capital can also flow here. So that's what keeps me up at night.
The future of our planet is in the hands of our 20-somethings, in fact teenagers, 20-somethings. And yet they're not taught how to be entrepreneurs and founders, and yet so many of them want to be because they feel it's their calling, their mission in life. And yet most founders don't know what they don't know, and they set off on this quest completely blindfold. And what I worry about is that there are people out there putting their hearts and minds and often capital into things that they're just not prepared for. What keeps me up at night? I once woke up in the morning and I was advising this business, and I received an email at 3:08 from the chief executive in the morning, and I replied to him and I said, "What the fuck, Rich? Why are you sending emails at 3:08 in the morning?" And he replied with the immortal line, "Sleep is for the fully funded chief executive." So, it is a hellish, lonely journey, and we need to make it easier. We make it so difficult for those people who are prepared to risk everything. And we sort of tar them with generalistic brushes and spreadsheets, and it's all wrong.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mari. I run a company called People That Property, so property networking event. My question is, how do you think you can get more access to information on raising capital to people at a younger age, to like children, so they grow up with the belief that they can raise capital?
We need to go to schools. We need to go really early. It's conversations that are being had at government level. When should we be introducing entrepreneurship? I don't even know why that's even still a conversation in this day and age, but I think in schools is when we need to be really supporting kids to understand what is entrepreneurship, how to access capital, what capital is available. I think when you get to college, you should be able to actually understand how to apply for a grant, because there is a way to apply for a grant for you to get that. So yeah, I think as early as possible. I mean, my son is 5, and when he was 3, I got him to start his first business, and now I think every summer he will start a business.
Yeah, I agree. I've got a son who at the age of 15 decided he wanted to be an entrepreneur. No idea what it meant. But he saw Steve Jobs and Jeff Bezos and all the role models that actually America have, but we don't have any role models in the UK. You still ask people who famous entrepreneurs are in the UK, and they'll say
Richard Branson and Alan Sugar. Where are the millennial role models in the UK? Who do we stick up on a pedestal as successful entrepreneurs? I can't name it. So definitely the schools. If we like.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon, and as you were speaking, there's a little Edo diaspora committee in the Northwest who I recently spoke to, and they gave us money to help the school in Edo State. But as you were speaking, I thought if I wanted to turn that into ABC, you mentioned the education aspect. Outside of that, what would that process look like to create a VC where I can, for example, get the Edos in diaspora all over the world to, fund, let's say, startups and businesses back home? What would that process look like? You mentioned the education part. Any other things we would have to consider?
So Edo is a place in Nigeria. Yeah, from yours.
So basically the question you're asking is how could you start a VC fund in Africa? We need a whole session for that. It's not even like we need a whole session for that. So we'd be more than happy to speak to you. There's a few African VCs here as well. From Launch Africa, I don't know where he's gone. But yeah, you should definitely speak to him and definitely reach out to us on LinkedIn. Be more than happy to talk to you about it.
Hi, everyone. It's okay, I actually want to address this to all of you guys, but I want to specify this to none because of your wonderful content. So I'm actually a chemical engineering student, I'm currently pursuing my master's, and my background is in digital transformation, so technology, and I also used to work in market research. So I think that's kind of why I'm really into what you're doing, taking work for climate change and energy transformation. So I wanted to kind of ask, particularly with your work that I want to know what are some unique opportunities or trends you've noticed in climate tech, or energy that you believe are underfunded or underexplored by black investors, and also looking forward with long do you think a lot of black middle, just black people in general, can flourish in the future of climate change, energy innovation and sustainable development?
That's a good question, okay, so to date, or last year, 0.4% of funding went to women-led climate tech founders on the continent. We still have a 2.4 trillion funding gap. That's how much we need from 2020 to 2030 to transition successfully, and only 12% has been committed to the continent. Since 2019, only 209 million has been invested into female founders, which is 1.5% of the total startup funding on the continent. So there's a long way to go, particularly for climate, but also for when you add the intersectional layers women in climate. I think the sectors for me that I'm very excited about are clean energy. So by 2030, Africa will produce 3.3 million jobs, and 70% of those jobs will sit in renewable energy. I would love to see climate finance being a bit more bullish on making sure that those jobs are led by women. And so we're putting women at the beginning of the front of the energy sector. And in agriculture as well, I don't get it. In the UK, we say we back the jockey and not the horse. We back people who are deeply immersed in the problems that they are tackling every day. The agricultural workforce in Africa has 70% of women on the front line. So they are the ones that are absorbing climate risks and hazards at the moment. 80% of the continent's food is generated by them. Yet because they don't own land, they're not able to go and access capital to finance and weather those storms. Why are we not giving them money? They know the problem, they know the market because they own the market. So that's a bit of data to help you to understand kind of where we're at, but there's huge opportunities as well.
My name is John Michael, data scientist. I have two questions for RuPaul. The first question is, when it comes to training, if you look at COVID period, we have platforms like Zoom, delivery services, there was a boom in that sector. Are investors more likely to invest in trends? That's a platform that will trend over time. And then for my second question, why are investors less likely to invest in products or startups that have leading competitors?
That has more competitors?
Leading. Restaurants like McDonald's or KFC, it's difficult to get an investor for such because we already have a lot the competition.
So why do you need to exist in the competition exists already?
So first off, there could be a solution you're trying to offer that those competitions currently do not offer. So you can't really assume that everybody is going to do the same thing, regardless of.
No, so I'm not assuming it's your job to tell me the investor. It's not on me, it's on you. Right? Like I know if I go talking, there's a whole bunch of black investors. I can tell you what makes our fund different. I can tell you how we work is different, our access is different, the stage we're getting at, what our expected returns are different. I can tell you how our whole business is different. I don't want the same business as anybody else. Right? I don't think anyone's going to do. Right? So like it's your job to do the same thing. You go, yes, there's all this KFC, Burger King, McDonald's, whatever it is. But like actually, there's room in the market for X, and here's why. And then on the trends piece, here are the trends that get you, here are the trends that are like going in this direction. And this is why we see opportunity. And those are slow to adopt it. One or two of them are, and there's some positive signals that we think we can build a whole brand around that. That's probably like, so why don't we just, so the answer is why don't we go after competitive spaces? Because again, why would you want to go into competitive space anyway? You want to go somewhere where it's a big market. You also want to go somewhere that actually you can win and there's a chance to just go and take customers there. But if you've got an opportunity in a massive market, then okay, it's your job to storytell, right? As you can say, you have to go storytell and secure the resource, right? That's just not only money, that's team as well.
Okay, sorry, I have another one. According to what you just said, why start a business that has a lot of competition? I actually think it depends on the industry. For example, if you look at social media, I could start something as big as WhatsApp. I'm not going to say because there's Snapchat, there's Instagram, there's Facebook, I shouldn't start. If the person who started WhatsApp did not start WhatsApp, it would not have been acquired.
What existed before WhatsApp?
Sorry? Facebook.
What?
There's Facebook.
No. What existed before WhatsApp that does what WhatsApp does?
That wasn't WhatsApp.
What existed before WhatsApp that does what WhatsApp does? You know what it was? It was BlackBerry Messenger. All my friends, all my friends were on BlackBerry Messenger. I was the only one that was on WhatsApp. Messaging my brothers and my cousins. And I kept saying to them, this, no, okay, it wasn't Bob. That's your problem. That's your example. Let me help you.
Show your age, so you're online too.
Let me help him. I think what he's trying to say is that, for instance, if Gymshark, I looked at the market and said, do you understand? I said, Nike exists. So there's no need for Gymshark.
It comes back to what Wayne said earlier about like knowing the business that you're in, right? And knowing what funding is appropriate for you. If you follow Gymshark's journey, by the time they raised institutional funding, they had reached certain revenue. So I think it's about that educational piece around what is the right funding for you to get to that point where you will be attracted to a VC. Because VCs invest in service-based businesses, if that's what you were basically saying. But you tend to see a lot of it in the UK happening in like private equity or like late stage, growth stage VCs as opposed to early stage venture. And so I think it's about understanding what is the funding gap that you can leverage before that point, if that's what the market offers. Or you move to America.
So that last thing. So we just did a deal, right? Like this happened on Monday in a competitive space. All the competition is just archaic, old family businesses who aren't online. Right? We're online. One revenue, 18K, one particular revenue, 42K, we'll hit 60K this month, we'll hit 100K month by the end of the year. Right? Not because we work hard, special. We're digital compared to the competition. It's an archaic industry. There's loads of competition, it's just archaic. That's where you want to be. If there's a lot of competitors, what are you doing that's different? Right? We're digital first, we've got all the payment providers, we do all this stuff. We've got all these options as to how you pay for it, how you access us. We're available 24 hours a day. They're doing 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Right? Like, there's our differentiation in a busy market.
I just wanted to add, I think it's also a competitive advantage, and it's based on like social media. It's also what's the new philosophical way that this new social media is going to actually bring. The reason Facebook was like rejected so many times when they were trying to raise an issue. But like they kept going because they strongly believe that we need to be able to connect better, right? And that philosophical conviction that Zuck had, right, is what, if you choose to tackle a tough industry like social media, you've got to have. If you want to tackle a franchise industry with food, you've got to have a specific competitive advantage and a great philosophical conviction to keep you pushing. And you've got to prove that by the community,
that you are able to gather, or by the early adopters that you're able to gather?
I'll keep it real as well. Some of these businesses also had rich people who they know, who are giving them money, right? So that they can get to a point where they can go to institutions and get funding. And unfortunately, that's where we have our handicap, you know, and that kind of funding in the early stages. So it's about being creative, and what does creativity, I guess, look like?
There are very few completely embryonic markets out here. What there are a whole load of opportunities to disrupt. And what Gymshark was, Ben and Lewis went to David Lloyd's in Bromsgrove, and they were both into lifting weights, but there was no cool weight training apparel, and they thought, why don't we do this? But they were very, very focused to begin with, and they got influence who were lifters. Their first chairman, Paul Richardson, he was a lifter, so he got that, and he'd also been involved in Gymshark. So they were surrounded by this huge market of Under Armour, Puma, Nike, Adidas, and they went for a tiny little bit. They could see a weakness, and Ben and Lewis went for it. But they surrounded themselves with good people. They got Paul Richardson involved as chairman, and they got Steve Hewitt in as chief executive. But it was rifle shot. It wasn't take on a market, because you will never beat Adidas, because you just don't have the financial resources. Actually, Gymshark now is a leggings business. They're now mainstream. They've now got stores in all the big cities in the world. They're competing very much with Under Armour and John Lewis, but they are a leggings business. Where they make all their money is on ladies' leggings.
So we have two more questions. We have one here. So because of time, could we choose one person to answer?
No, I think I just wanted to quickly contribute. I wanted to say that one of the other reasons why investors wouldn't invest in heavily, like competitive businesses, is do you really have the money to fight the war? Right? So a very big business, like you said, McDonald's, can choose to crash their prices just to frustrate you. And it's a race to the round. Can you keep up with that? Is your investor willing to throw their weight behind that? The only way you can survive something like that is if you have a community of people who really are passionate and believe and are willing to join you in that fight. But if you don't have that, you've just ended up wasting your investors' money. So that's one of the reasons, not the only, but one of the reasons.
I started a pizza business in 2017, and it grew to be the #1 ranked restaurant in Birmingham and the #1 ranked restaurant in Edinburgh. It was doing pizza like no one else has ever done pizza before, and then we built a tribe. We were, 5-star reviews. Everyone, best pizza you've ever tasted in your life. All the building blocks were great, and then COVID came along and completely hauled it below the waterline. So there are ways you can take on big markets, and there are ways you can reinvent pizza, believe it or not. But there are things that can happen even if you get it completely right operationally that you've got no control over. And Pizza Hut or Pizza Express replicating it and throwing money at it was one, or a global pandemic is another.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, can I just ask one question? I just think this will be relevant to a lot of startups in the room. So, just one question. I know we're behind schedule, just one question. What are the key things that startups need to do in the beginning of their journey in order to ensure success?
Just talk to customers and listen, just solve for them, regardless of how strapping it is. You just need to talk to customers and solve them, that's it. And it hasn't got to look pretty, it hasn't got to be flash. Or, that's the validation. I think some people joke and say, some people joke and say, oh, you should get a t-shirt saying I would invest in a spreadsheet. So I would, a spreadsheet, text messages, emails, I don't care. It's not just solving for customers. We can go and build some software around them, just go and talk to customers and solve for them.
Yeah. Step before that, build something small. wanted to say build, just put something out there that replicates like the basic version of what you're trying to do. Then talk to customers, talk to customers, talk to customers, and continue building a tribe.
Thank you so much. What an impact to have. That was such an amazing panel. Thank you so much. We are just now going to move to the next session, so thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll have like 5 minutes for conversations, and then we have Lucy up next, and Leonori up next. So we have this 5 minutes, get contact, meet the speakers for 5 minutes, and then we have Lucy and Leonori next. Thank you.
I'll go for the
Hi. Hello, how you doing? Can we So we have Lucy around. Hello. So we have Lucy around, and he's going to on the inception to innovation, on the evolution of technology. So this, can we have a seat? Can we have a seat? Can we have a seat? And can we have, we agreed something, we had a plan this morning, we had a plan. Energy is deep to this. It's deep to this. So can we just make some noise? Just make, it's fair, come on. Make some noise! It's not there yet. Make some noise! Almost, make some noise! 80%, 60%, make some noise! So we have Bruce speaking this afternoon, and he's speaking about inception to innovation. And I know a few things. Listen, everything about inception is not straightforward. It's really about trying, it's really about pushing things forward. So he's seated. So can we have one more noise? Make some noise! Wait. Let's pretend. Let's do it again. Come do it again. Ready? You know what? I would like come with my jacket, talk, understand. Can we do it? So let's pretend. Hey! Pretend you know. We have an incredible speaker in the house. He will speak on inception to innovation. And I wrote a few things. Every breakthrough rides on the back of hundreds of these things. Technology like a wild beast doesn't evolve because human engineers now. It evolves because people try. The most useful innovations often emerge from tinkering, stumbling, from overhyped, not overhyped visions, but from trying. We have an incredible speaker here in the house. Please put your hands together.
Hello, family. Here we are. There's a tablet here, left for me, I take it. I'm happy to use it, whoever's tablet it is. It has a stylus, isn't it? Is it yours? Yeah, maybe, yeah. Thank you for the donation. I came all the way from Africa for a tablet, so I'm good to take it. Can I get my clicker while I'm here so much? So, can I just, first before we get started, these lights, how did you do the lights, brother?
I'm good, I'm a superstar.
All right, okay. Can I take you guys all in? Just take you all in. Okay, great. How was the session yesterday? Was it good? Yeah, can you give all the speakers that spoke yesterday a round of applause? I was looking online for the session yesterday, but I think I haven't published it yet. So I got to watch the day before yesterday, and I listened to some of the sessions. I saw Davies' session. I saw one session, I think it was on media. There you are. I saw your session. You guys were talking about capital raising. Of course, you're with my good friend Zach at Launch Africa, doing some really great work. So I was watching through the sessions, just really thinking about this discussion and conversation that we've been having, what is now over the past 2 days, and of what remains over the last, say, day and a half or so. And admittedly, I cheat. The reason I like to watch the sessions before is if you are a speaker, it gives you a runway. You need a plane to land your runway, so you kind of know who said what, who's gone where, what must be said, what mustn't be said. But you can also read the temperature of the room and how the other speakers have been received. Let me just. Thank you, sir. I have a well-known running addiction to coffee. I actually own a coffee business, and we make the best coffee in the world, I must tell you. So recently we were announcing a transaction we've just done with one of the sovereign wealth funds in the Middle East, in the Emirates specifically. And I went to, they have this like unbelievable coffee house, and I went and tasted their coffee, and I immediately phoned the head of our coffee business and I said, "Comrade, we have a problem." Because their coffee was, let me put it to you this way, their coffee was so good. I had 2 sips in the morning. It's a true story. And my tolerance for coffee is very high. I had 2 sips in the morning and I was buzzed at like level 15 cans of Red Bull for the whole day. And the rest of my team said that they had like a sip or a cup and it felt like they'd had an espresso throughout the day. So you'll forgive my addiction. I haven't had my cup yet. I also haven't had breakfast. I find that if I have breakfast before I get on stage in the morning, it bloats me. Maybe it's an age thing. I think it's what happens when you get over 35. For the younger people in the house, your body changes when you get a bit over 35. Somebody say amen, it ain't just me. God knows it ain't just me. Yeah, I mean, I'm quarter to 40 now, I'm 39, and I find if I just walk past the bakery, but I mean just walk past the bakery, I put on 2 kilograms. It's, just the smell, just like the smell you put on the stone. So first I want to say to Oyen and the team that have put this together, to Sidi and everybody behind the scenes, I think a massive well done for putting this event together. And I think worth a while to, just as we get started, really a huge well done. These events are hard to put together, incredibly difficult to put together. And then you have to deal with, melodramatic superstar speakers who want things done a particular way, and it all happens behind the scenes. And of course, for those of you who don't know, we also had a fairly late change of venue. And so I think to be that adept and to still be so committed to the cause, to put it together regardless, listen, it really does say something about the commitment that it takes to do it. Well done. I also know that all of us here either come from different parts of the continent or we trace our ancestry back to different parts of the continent. Where are the Nigerians in the room? Nigerians, where are you? There you are, there you are. It's not your fault. Really. Listen, I love Nigeria. We've got a business in Nigeria. I love Nigeria, but I have to say, I think if we just got Nigeria PR right, we could get Africa PR right. I really do. And I say this with love. Take it from a brother. But man, you guys are special. Special. Really are just special. And I don't know about all that. And I think one of the challenges, isn't it, as Chimamanda calls it, is this danger of the single story. That's often one of the challenges with, I mean, if you went to Wall Street and found the top 1% of bankers, you'd find that a healthy percentage of them are Nigerians. If you went to Silicon Valley and found the top entrepreneurs of color building tech startups, a healthy percentage of them are Nigerians. And yet for whatever reason, in the rest of the world, we haven't yet made that message popular, this incredible message that we are also at the forefront of contributing to the economies, of building technology businesses, etc., etc. So I specifically leave it for the younger people in the room to take this as a mantle, to make sure that we are positive ambassadors of our continent, no matter where in the room we are. Let's get a sense now. Anybody here from South Africa? Where are the South Africans? Of course. it must be said, the greatest country in the continent without question. We have the largest economy, we have the most developed, most industrialized country, the most beautiful women. It's true, no, it's true. It's a scientific fact. If you went and looked it up on the Guinness World Book of Records, in fact, forget the Guinness World Book of Records, if you went into the Bible in Leviticus 11:22, it says the most beautiful women in Africa come from South Africa. It's all there, it's all there.
South Sudan. Sierra Yes, sir. Zambia and Zimbabwe. Any other Zimbabweans in the room? There you are. There you are. Of course. Kenya. Jambo. And sir? I do think it's fascinating and interesting that we are gathered all the way in Birmingham and all of us on different parts of the continent. I want to say a few things first before we get started with what it is that I want to share. The first is, when I was younger, I used to, for whatever reason, feel guilty about wanting to associate with my people and wanting to see my people succeed. Today, I'm very proud. The reason I do is because I've noticed that every other designated population group does the same. Now, when we do it, for whatever reason, it's wrong. But when every other population group does it, it's natural. And I think it's important for particularly this generation to take it as a mission for this moment, to work on ensuring that we build with each other. I am here because I'm genuinely hoping we can work to build with each other. This is where I'm at. I'm past, I was sharing this with our head of PR in the business. I said to them, I am just past the point of criticism. I'm a finance person, so I tend to see the world either in some sort of mathematical number or a graph or a statistic. But here are the facts. I've done the math and I can tell you what I'm about to say is factually true. The mathematical result for criticism, the outcome for any effort you put in to criticize anything is zero. Whatever the effort on the one side of the equal sign, the outcome is always zero. And so if we want an outcome that is above zero, an outcome that is about building, I think we're going to have to do a lot more than just criticize. And actually the hard thing to do is to build. Because criticizing, and I know this is a hugely volatile statement to make, is easy. It's easy to sit on the sidelines and point at who's doing what and what's not done right. It's especially easy to find fault at somebody who's trying to do something. And it's even easier to find fault at somebody who's trying to do something when you have no skin in the game. No skin in the game. This is why I think the most invidious job for any leader in the world today is to be a president. You know, to be the president of the country is to be criticized by the lowest common denominator of your society and to accept it. Just think about it this way. When you run a country, with the greatest of respect, and this is not a classist statement, it's just an assessment. If you run a country, a drunkard can criticize you and their criticism. But the person who doesn't contribute to society in any way can criticize you and their criticism is valid. And I think the difficulty is that they criticize often without understanding the forces that are at play. They don't understand the things we're trying to do. So for any of us in this room who are builders, beyond what it is that I brought to share here today, I want to say to you, for me, what really has been an accelerant in my career was when I just learned to let criticism roll off the back. It's so important. Because what you will often find is that there are two types of people who criticize. The first is the one who criticizes you only because they want your position. And the reality is they criticize you because they try to figure out why you in that group, why have you got that opportunity?
Why have you been invited to this conversation? Why are you speaking at that conference? Why are you being profiled by that magazine? Why is your business doing well? Why are customers choosing you? Why you? Now that person in society is fairly easy to spot. But the second person who criticizes you is a lot more difficult to spot. It's the person who's doing better than you. It took me about 10 years to learn that even people who are where you are trying to go will spend their time and effort making sure that you don't rise above where you are. And I try to understand why, and here is the reason. Because even though you might not materially have what they have, your spirit irritates them. That's good, right? And there is no one as dangerous as somebody who is irritated by your spirit. And the reason they're dangerous is because even they don't know why they're irritated. They just know that they don't like you. Yeah, and then you hear them say things like, he's always been off, I don't know why. Yeah, that's because the devil is using you, child. And I think it's really, especially for the younger people in the room, I want you to hear me. Hear me and hear me now. There is nobody as dangerous as somebody who has the resources, has the access, has the power, has the success, and still their spirit is irritated by you. It's very pronounced specifically, and I say this with respect. Don't lynch me, I'm just talking about what I've observed. It's incredibly pronounced with women. Ooh, help me preach it, somebody. Oh, I ain't lying. If I'm lying, I'm flying. That somebody you would think would help you rise up, would help you reach new heights, is the very same person who behind closed doors is decampaigning you. Now here's the incredible thing. When, not if, but when you eventually get to the place God has called you, they are the same person that takes the credit for your success. And you hear them say things like, well, you know, I mentioned you to so-and-so. Yeah, and you said they mustn't do business with me. So I want you to be careful of this, especially in today's world. This is probably one of the most insidious things about today's world, specifically with technology. It used to be that there was a filter, a natural filter for whose voices you could hear. I couldn't hear you if you and I weren't hanging out in the same social spaces. I couldn't hear you if you and I were not consuming the same types of media. I couldn't hear you if you and I were not hanging out in the same spaces. I couldn't hear you if you and I hadn't reached the same levels. But today, simply with a hashtag and a handle, you hear everybody. And the truth is that the human body, the mind, is just not built to take on that amount of feedback. You know, if you have 100,000 people following you and 500 of them think that there's something wrong with you, all you hear is the 500 who are shouting. Listen, there's less than 500 people in this room. If all of you were shouting, I suck, I would hear it and I would feel it. It's not dissimilar when you're hearing it on an electronic device. Now the problem is this. The problem, which is I think the challenge all of us in this room should take on. The problem is that the believers and the promoters are quiet. This is really the problem. I think if we all left this room with one simple instruction, speak life. Wherever you are, and whoever's doing what, speak life. And if what you're about to say isn't speaking life into somebody, keep quiet. I dare you to try that. I dare you to try 7 days of nothing but positive speaking about somebody else. And if you have nothing positive to say, say nothing. And I want you to watch just how curated suddenly your speech becomes. I want you to watch how guarded you suddenly become. Because all of a sudden you begin to realize that even you are criticizing without recognizing you're criticizing. Now listen, I don't expect people to be perfect. I just expect them to get better. This is my motto. I don't expect you to be perfect, but I do expect you to get better. And I think if we all move with that level of grace and that level of judiciousness, that level of giving, that level of empathy, we can fundamentally change the trajectory of where we are headed. I was in conversation with a young man yesterday. We were talking about what it's like to do business. This is my first time in Birmingham. I've been traveling to the UK now for, I think the first time I came here was in 2002. So I've been traveling here for a long time. And I lived in London when I was doing my EMBA, so I'm fairly familiar with this part of the world, but I've never been to Birmingham. And one of the things that struck me is yesterday I spent some time just getting a sense of the town. And I was talking to one of my people and said, so what's it like? I said, you know, there are also poor people in Europe. That was a joke. When I wrote it down yesterday, it sounded funnier. But one of the things that really stuck out at me was this. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine who works in a chamber here. And I said to him, tell me about doing business in this part of the world. He said, you know, Vusi, one of the difficulties we have, he said it's a very pronounced difficulty specifically, is that we don't build from a position of strength. I said, so what does that mean? He said, well, you know, the Asians, when they build businesses here, typically have built businesses back home, and they can build here from a position of strength. I said, okay. And then he said, it's true of the Asians, it's true of the Eastern Europeans, and it's true of many of the other designated race groups. He said, but for us, when we build here, we build from scratch. So we don't have a natural position of strength, particularly capital strength. Just a simple thing, like the cancellation of an event, the changing of a venue. Do you know why that happens? Because we don't own real estate. That's it. That's how that happens. And that happens 2 days before an event, not only because we don't own real estate, but also because we don't have any power. See, any other race group, if that was done to, you can believe somebody would have phoned somebody, the decision would have been changed. Now for us, the decision just gets taken, and you just have to deal with it. And so I want to challenge, especially those of us who are building from here, build home as well. Build home as well. I was in Trinidad over the past few days. Unbelievable country, by the way, if you've never been. Just a beautiful, beautiful country. And so I went to a local place where they have the history of Trinidad, and I was learning about the history of the people, not only of Trinidad, but also the history of the people in the Caribbean. And how that history has a lot to do with the people, particularly of West Africa, the people who ended up even in parts like where we are in the West Midlands, and how much in common we have. And so I asked the person who was teaching me this history a question. I said, so who cut the umbilical cord? Because those of us at home don't know what's happening in the diaspora. And those in the diaspora often aren't looking back to see what's happening at home. Because for whatever reason, and take for us what you will, we genuinely see each other as different. You might see yourself different from me because your passport is different, or because it gets you into more countries in the world. But I assure you, when it comes to institutions of capital, when it comes to raising money, when it comes to banking, when it comes to trying to get your startup to get funded, you're not. Whether you are a young black female in the West Midlands or you're a young black female in Nigiri Township in Kenya, you're a young black female. The rest of the world sees us as a single designated group, and I think there's a lot of power in us seeing ourselves the same way. Well, I was doing some research when you invited me to be here to try and understand a little bit about the subject matter that we're gathered here today. And so I brought some stats to help me with our discussion here today. These are stats that really, really shocked me. I was looking at just the challenges that are faced by women, specifically in STEM fields. And I confess I'm obviously not a female. And I think one of the things one must be careful of when you occupy the vantage point that I occupy is to try and speak about other people's lived experiences as if you've experienced them. So the reality is, as I was preparing for the session, I was learning too. Now, I must tell you, I'm the chair of Silicon Cape in South Africa. Of all of the silicons in the African continent, we are the oldest silicon. Today there's Silicon Dar, there's Silicon Savannah, there's several other silicons. We are the oldest. We're also the best, I must tell you. The Nigerians think they're coming close, but South Africans are the best. You know, the fundamental difference really between South Africans and Nigerians is that Nigerians will tell you, we won't, we'll just do the work. It's true, it's true. We just deliver. We just deliver. That's us. That's us. That's how we roll. I don't know about y'all. You know, that's how we do it. And the only way to see, just look at our soccer teams. You know, our team infinitely better than the Super Eagles. It's true. It's true. Bafana is better than the Super Eagle. Look at.
Here's why I love jabbing at each other, because I think this is fun. Now, we can do it in the arts and culture. Why don't we do it in business? We should be having races about which business from which region is going to dominate which market first. Let's not compete on positive things too. I want to have a conversation about which startup from which region has raised the largest round at this stage. So that the next startup can go, that's the fight I want to take on. They're doing it, I want to. So I think we have to take the responsibility to be very pointed in the work that we do. Here are some of the things that I thought that fascinated me when I was doing research for our time today. That only 25% of the computing workforce is made up of women. 25%. And the latest statistics, by the way, about ILO, the International Labour Organization, say that close on 63% of the workforce of the world is women. So there is clearly a disproportionate allocation of women, in particular into the STEM fields. This is something we need to talk about, it's something that needs to be fixed. Less than 10% of women hold executive positions in big tech companies. Less than 10%. Did you know that there are more CEOs called Stephen in the S&P 500 than there are female CEOs in total in the S&P 500. Don't change your name to Steve. That's not the criteria. But the point is, we have to begin to talk about this disproportionate allocation. Women in tech roles earn, this one really shocked me, 85 cents for every dollar earned by men. You hear about gender pay gap. You hear about the disparities in gender pay. Believe me honest, please don't lynch me, but as a black man, I'm trying to get mine. So I hear it and I'm like, it's great. Can I get my piece? And I think it takes a while for us to progress and survival as a black man if a black woman continues to be such a thing. We have to collectively rise, and this is something we have to be very, very intentional about. Very intentional. So how do we do it, I suppose, is the fundamental question. I offer here 3 thoughts about how we do it. The first thought, to help me, is we have to learn to do the hard things. Let's do the hard things. Tech is hard. Or you were saying yesterday, AI is hard. And I think we have to give each other and the permission to do the hard things. And not just this, but we have to expect each other to do the hard things. So in our conversations here today, I'm interested in asking each of us as we talk, what's the hard thing that you're doing? I'm trying to build a fast-growing venture capital business. It's tough. You can ask them, they'll tell you all about it. It's very difficult. When you sell the African continent to global investors, it's a tough gig. It's a tough gig. I very recently went on an investor roadshow in a particular part of the US. I won't tell you where. And I found myself seated on a table with institutional investors. Now,
You have to understand, of the fact they are institutional investors means this is what they do. Every day, they allocate capital. And the way that I like to do my sessions is often what people will do in a session like this is they will first present and they'll take sessions. What I like to do is I like to take questions up front. It gives me a level setting of where everybody in the room is. And so I said, can we open up with a round of some questions? And one of the questions that came was a very highly influential individual, very highly respected, runs a very, very successful fund of funds. And he said to me, he said, so tell me a bit about, the war in the Sudan and how that's affecting technology startups in Africa. Thank you for laughing. Because there is never a time you're going to convince me that colonizing and running a people is okay. And it means I have to walk away from your money, I will walk away from your money. But we will always stand with a free Palestine. There will never be a time when that changes. And so in this conversation, he asks this question, and I said to him, do you know where Sudan is? Now the conversations has to start about the 5 different regions in the continent, the population groups of those regions, the demographics, the different currencies, the GDPs, which sectors of those economies are growing. Now the education has to start. But the point I make is, whereas from my perspective, we are highly complex and difficult, from his perspective, we're just a single block. Then the second thing he says to me, he says, we're a fund of funds. He says, our mandate really for frontier markets. Then didn't understand that Africa has both frontier and emerging markets. He says, our mandate for frontier markets is 0.2% of our portfolio size. I said, that's fine, but what's your mandate for frontier and emerging? Because you do understand that if you just looked at, this is a true story, Visual Capital assisted the stats and the data. South Africa, Ethiopia, Egypt, Nigeria, and I want to say Morocco. Just those 5 economies are half of the GDP of the African continent. So when you say frontier and emerging, please understand they're very different markets. Very different. Now I mention this because this is the hard thing. The hard thing is to take that meeting, to do the education, to teach, to share, and then to walk away and not get a single allocation of capital. It still takes me a while to get around that. I know you guys are very good at it. People who raise money are good at hearing no. I don't like hearing no. I struggle with it. Even when I was younger and I was dating, I've never once had a single damn lady say no. It was just, no, it's never happened. It's never happened. It's true, it's true. I'm actually not lying, I'm not making this up. Gents, if you want some tips, come and see me after this. I've got a perfect scientific system of how to get a young lady to say yes. And the first part of that is make sure that she was never going to say no in the first place. So you don't ask out somebody who's too many levels above you. So this is, my level. I was always going for Haley Berry, Naomi Campbell. That was me. That was just me. But I don't know about y'all. I don't know how y'all do it. That was just me. It's true. It's true. When Serena Williams won the Grand Slam, she sent me an SMS. She said I should call her. I didn't reply. But that was just me. That was making my day. So I want to say in particular to the young people in this room, especially the women, do the hard things. Go to the industries where you are not represented. Walk into the rooms where you will be the only female. And walk in your full splendor and your glory. The second thing I want to say, and this took me a long time to learn, is you don't have to assimilate. You don't have to forget who you are to fit in with where God has called you. You absolutely don't have to assimilate. Wear the colors that you wear the kaftan if you want to wear it, the kurta, or wherever in the world that you come from. Bring in all of the splendor and the glory. Listen, they must adjust, not you. Because the rules about how we show up in these spaces were written without us being represented in these spaces. So how do you tell me how to show up in a space when you've never heard from somebody like me? It's so important, so fundamentally important, that you resist the urge to assimilate. Now you're going to pay a price for resisting the urge to assimilate. There's going to be some opportunities you're going to have to forego. There are going to be some spaces you might not be invited. I have learned that especially if you stand by your principles, you must accept it comes at a cost. There is a cost to being somebody and believing in what you are. Just the statement I made 7 minutes ago about standing with the people who are subjugated costs me something. But it's a cost I'm happy to pay. I am the first in my family to be where I am and to live the life I live. And the many black South Africans in this room can tell you what I'm talking about is true. So for us, the lived experience of being the first in is exactly that, a lived experience. I was one of the first generation of black people who had the opportunity to be educated in formal white schools in South Africa. So I can tell you what it was like when we had what we called in my day physical training, PE, might be called different things now. And they had swimming. And I didn't know that to do swimming you needed a swimming cap. That was another joke. But it's a true story. I never, what was the swimming cap? And it's apparently a cap you have to wear so that your hair doesn't get in the way. I'm like, Pachino. Like it was never going to get in the way. And so I think as we are called to occupy spaces where we have not traditionally had residence, my challenge to all of us in this room is do not assimilate. It is the hardest thing to do, to walk into a space where the rules have been written, where a particular culture already exists, and the pathway to progress is mapped if you follow that pathway. And then you say, I hear you, I see it, but I'm going to do it differently. And the third thing I wanted to share here finally is this. Representation actually matters. Representation actually matters. My challenge for those of us in this room who are further in our careers, who have achieved success, who have managerial and leadership roles and positions, my challenge for those of us who fit that criteria is as you are rising, who are you lifting? Representation matters. And to the extent that representation matters, that also means it's not just about you representing the group that you represent, but it is also about who you bring into the room to represent a different group. We were at the, this year, myself and Her Royal Highness, it's so good to see you again, so good to see you again, were invited by our good brother Rex, who's also an unbelievable African, doing some incredible work. Anywhere where you find Africans winning, call me. Like, you don't even need to send me the GPS, I'll just find my way. Or as Drake says, send me your GPS, I'll come address you. And Rex hosts these awards called the African Achievers Awards. And he had invited some of us, and we met at the House of Lords, the upper house of the British House of Parliament. And when they sent me the invitation, I had only one request, which I then turned into an instruction. I said, sure, happy to come, it's going to be there. Sidi was there. He was helping me behind the scenes. There's Sidi. Every time something magical is happening, just know that there's a guy called Sidi behind the scenes. No, really. And it's a funny thing because he hates the limelight. But anybody who's ever done anything worth doing knows that in front of us, where you experience the production, the chaos is happening behind the scenes. And I love working with people who love the chaos because I know that they'll make the magic happen. And so my head of protocol, Harrison, who was also in the room, wasn't able to. This is what I mean by truly being Pan-African. If I look at my business, my head of brand, Vanessa, is Ghanaian. My head of protocol, Harrison, is Zambian. my COO is Namibian. I go where the talent is, man. I don't, say again? What about Nigeria? So, and then what happened was, let's move on. Actually, my investment principal, Abraham, is Nigerian. He's based out in Abuja. And we put him in that role for one very specific reason. Because in that role, you need somebody that's aggressive. And man, Nigeria's got the memo on how to be aggressive. You know, as a South African, like South Africans were taught to be polite. No, Nigerians didn't get the memo. No. And to see it, just try and navigate Lagos traffic. Just Lagos traffic. Lagos traffic will humble you. You know, there's traffic in Kampala, right? Like if you want crazy traffic, you go to Kampala in Uganda. That's crazy traffic. But Lagos isn't crazy traffic. It's just chaos. That's really what it is. It's like there are rules, but nobody cares for them. This is what it is. Somebody, the last we were there, we had a drive, and I was like, geez, man. And you know, you've got those yellow taxis, and then there's somebody sitting on top of the yellow taxi, and then the one door's falling off. And I'm looking going, but you know, aren't the police going to stop them? It's not me, this is actually what happened. Now, I know they're recording this, let's not publish this part online, we don't need them to, this is our dirty business. And so the driver's like driving us, and I said to him, I was like, is this allowed? He said, I mean, it's against the law. But it's the way he said it. He was like, I mean, it's against the law. And I was like, so why is he doing it? And he said, well, because, you know, in Nigeria, the law is not an instruction, it's a recommendation. Now, I talk about lifting as we rise. We were gathered at the Africa Achievers Awards, and I had one specific instruction. I said, all I ask is that you will allow me to bring somebody in the room, and he's in the room today. Walter, would you stand up and let everybody see you? This is my brother Walter, who, by the way, is... Walter is a man of faith. He traces his roots to the beautiful country of Zimbabwe. Both his mom and dad moved here. And Walter and I have been working together for about a year. He's in our School of Scale through his own business. And so my insistence was that I will not, as Vusi, walk the corridors of the House of Lords alone. If I'm rising, I'm lifting. I want to challenge all of us in this room. Take somebody with you on your journey. Hold somebody's hand. I can testify to this because my life is a sum total of people who took my hand. I didn't know I was good at public speaking. Somebody identified the gift. I didn't know I would live this life in Korea. Somebody identified the gift. When I started in business, I didn't know what I didn't know. Somebody identified a gift. When we started raising capital, I didn't know what I didn't know, but there was somebody who identified a gift. Today, as I speak, there are 4 or 5 people I consult on all major decisions who are much further ahead of the journey than I am right now. And they give of themselves to me because they have taken their hand out, and as they are rising, they are lifting. We have a responsibility that for each one of us that makes it, we take 2 along on the way. Now, I want to end with this because I think it's important. Make room for being disappointed. You're dealing with human beings. Somebody's going to let you down. Someone's going to drop the ball. Someone won't take the opportunity. Somebody will lie and cheat. They might even hurt you or hurt your business. But you know what? The enemy only wins when you stop giving of yourself. And so the responsibility we have is to turn the other cheek. To make sure that as you are lifting, you are rising. I cannot spread this message enough. It's so important. I want to make sure that when we gather for Niyo Fest next year, for every one of us in this room, we brought 2 other people to the room. So that we truly build the community. We truly build the community. My sister Michelle and I met at the UK Black Business summit this year, hosted by my brother Dr. Carlton Brown. And you'll keep hearing the same message. People of color all over the world doing their own little bit. And what we have not done is to take our own little bits and to platform it. To create a single platform where all these little bits come together into something greater. When we met, I said to Michelle, whatever you're doing next, if you need my help, I'm in. Michelle's just moved to Dubai. She's doing an event in March of next year. I said to her already, send me the time and the dates, because my calendar's booked, I think, until November next year. I was like, send me the time and dates. You tell me the place you're doing it. Listen, I live in Dubai. I'll be there. You just got to send the time and place. This is what's really, really important. We have to rise collectively as a group. If one of us wins and the rest of us don't, we've actually lost. Let me address now those of us who are winning and say this. You are the most exposed the higher up you are. And the only way you protect yourself is if you surround yourself with people who actually want to see you win. Don't aim to be the exception. I hate being the first black, the only black. I hate that. I want to be the first and only. That's it. If I'm the first to do something, let me be the first to beat everybody. If I'm the best at it, let me be the best of everybody. We have to begin to define our success, not just in relation to those who look like us, but to define our success across the board. Now, I've taken liberties with what was supposed to be my subject matter here today. I prepared a full deck of what I wanted to share with you, but I read the spirit of this room. And having read the spirit of this room, I think that what I brought here was infinitely more valuable than what I was going to bring to this conversation. Listen, we are a people of hope. This is what defines us. Every time the world has looked down on us, we rise again. Every time the world tramples us, we rise again. And if you want to meet resilience, meet a black woman, because there is nothing as resilient as a black woman. In every single village, you'll find holding it together a black woman. In every single home, you'll find praying for that home a black woman. In every single church, you'll find holding that church together as a caucus of black women. In every single sports field, you'll find cheering on those sons and daughters of black women. In every single space, everywhere where we are conquering as a people, you will find black women. Now our challenge is to find those same black women in the boardrooms of tech businesses. And so for those of you in this room who are on that path, I pray for you and I wish you well. For having invited me to be here at Niyo Fest, I want to thank you, Oyen, and the team. I'm going to hand over now back to the Masters of Ceremonies, who, it is not his fault, is Nigerian. But before I hand over to the Masters of Ceremonies, please remember what I said. Lift as you rise. It's the ultimate challenge of our generation today, to succeed as a community and as a group. Thank you, everybody.
Please put your hands together for Vusi. And just following up, I'm going to invite somebody that I work with, I work for, and she's incredible. She's a Nigerian woman. Put your hands together for that first. Beautiful, incredible. She's royalty. She's from the royal family. And I have like a speech. The only reason to just... Why now? Is it because it's Nigeria? I had a speech, but I'll just speak from my heart. She is incredible. She is what I call resilient. And just what Vusi said about the spirit of this room, I think this is the next person to speak to us. Now, after her conversation, Vusi and Olori would have a fireside chat, just two of them. So let's have African royalty versus South African man on stage. Please put your hands together for the Olori.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's my absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you, Dr. Foy, for such a wonderful introduction. I didn't actually know I was going to be having a fireside chat with Vusi, but hey. I think every time Vusi speaks, he gives me the rebut. You know, last time when we were together in London at the House of Lords, he spoke, and once again, yes, he flaunted South Africa in our faces. and my husband just had to come back for him. You see, Vusi, you're in Nigeria next week. Yeah, in case you didn't remember that. And we welcome you. We welcome you with open arms. But it's my absolute pleasure to be here today. I bring you greetings from the Warri Kingdom and from His Royal Majesty. It's absolutely lovely. I am elated to be in Birmingham, but yet there's a room full of my kind of people. It brings me great joy. Thank you so much for inviting me, Oyin. Yeah, it's wonderful. I think what NeoFest is doing is absolutely groundbreaking, and I look forward to many more in the days to come. And I mean, I just found out that apparently the venue was cancelled, or just 2 days before the event or something. Wow. The resilience, once again, of our people comes to show once again, so well done. Today, I'll be speaking to you about catalysts of change and how women are transforming economic landscapes across the world. In my home country, or in my home kingdom of the Warri Kingdom, it says, there's a saying, it says, Warri no dey carry last. At all. How many of you are Nigerian here? Okay. But for those of us that aren't Nigerian, I think the best way to put it, and I tried to look for a British translation and it didn't quite fit. The best way to put it, simply put, it just means that we aren't quitters. We don't come second place. We never come second place. We're too smart and we're too strong to buckle under life's pressures. In many ways, this saying is a testament of our resilience and our determination. However, in recent years and over the past few decades, environmental and economic issues have left many of my people struggling. And so when we came to the throne just 3 years ago, I've been blessed to witness new sparks of economic trends happening in the Warri Kingdom, from the Warri women in particular. Despite Nigeria's economic recession, our programs have been able to position the women to influence their cities, their communities for the better, actually. And the thing is, if you told me years ago that I'd play a role in nurturing this change, I might have laughed, actually. I might have cried out of disbelief. Just imagine a little girl who was afraid of her primary school result cards because I was painfully average. At best, I would be at maybe 10th position, you know, out of 20 in the class. And most of you might think, well, 10th position isn't so bad, it's all right. you know, at least you're doing okay. I've got one of my secondary school mates here with me, so she's laughing because she remembers some of the things that I struggled with. But you see, for me, I come from a family of high achievers, where excellence isn't just an expectation, it's the baseline. My younger sister literally coughed out excellence from the time when she was born. She was getting top grades from kindergarten all the way through to university. My brother, on the other hand, he did all right. He did about maybe first 3 positions. You know, my mom is a whip-smart businesswoman who is still doing business till today. She's 70, by the way. I'm hiring her as my fundraiser. my fundraiser manager, actually. And my father, while he was alive, was a results-oriented, highly accomplished serial entrepreneur. So you can imagine me amidst my family, 10th position, every time. Little did I know that that time in primary school would actually forge or plant seeds of self-doubt that later grew to become a hardwood tree that framed my entire sense of identity. I was a late bloomer in my academics, and so I later went on to boarding school, and I did really well. I got top of my class, and I went on to go to university at the London School of Economics. However, the painful shadow of the fact that I just wasn't quite good enough haunted me for a very long time, even while I was succeeding. And so when I failed in university, yes, I failed in university, it just sent me right back there to say, you know what, I'm not actually good enough. And this painful sense of identity framed most of my 20s and very much well into my 30s. I felt, well, if I wasn't good enough to even contribute anything to my family name, then I'm not really good enough to contribute anything to society. I just felt, let me just get an average paying job, 9 to 5, do what I gotta do to make ends meet and keep my head down and let's get going. And you see, the trauma, I let the trauma of failure tell me that I couldn't add any value. Value addition was not something that was on the table. It was just not who I was, right? Little did I know that my struggle with identity would be the very foundation of my mission to empower women as catalysts of change, 20 odd years later. But I must tell you that my journey from that anxious young lady to the woman standing before you today is more than a story of personal transformation. It's a testament of the untapped potential within each and every single woman to first reshape our own lives and then begin to reshape our economies. I want to leave you with a few figures today. According to the World Economic Forum, at the current rate of progress, it will take about 131 years for us to close the overall global gender gap. But even more so, it will take a staggering 169 years to close the economic participation and opportunity gender gap. 169 years. I don't even know if my daughter or my daughter's daughter would be alive by that time, or my daughter's daughter's daughter would be alive at that time. So we just don't have that time, do we, ladies and gentlemen? We don't. We actually have to begin to do things differently. And I could sit here and, I mean, Vusi already did some of that, and I could explain the external factors that are obstacles, or the external obstacles to closing the gender gap, such as, once again, lack of access to education, lack of access to capital for women, lack of equal opportunities, all of that. Yeah, those are great. But I think it is imperative that we begin to look internally first, because the internal biases actually far outweigh the external struggles for women. Once we are able to conquer the internal struggles of fear and self-doubt, then we can actually really begin to become the catalysts of change within our communities. Studies show that 95% of women invest their income back into their families and their communities, while compared to a miserly 35% of men, which means that gender equality isn't just a just thing to do, it's not just a smart thing to do, but it's actually a catalyst in itself. Because if you empower a woman, she's more than likely going to empower the community, right? And if that happens, then the economic landscape is empowered completely. And so today I want to really begin to talk to us about the power of identity for economic transformation. A KPMG study shows that 75% of female executives feel like imposters at some point. I say that because even as Queen Consort, I struggle with this on a daily basis. Sometimes I do. That's 3 out of 4 women. This tells me that the catalyst of change needs to start from inside of us. You see, my growth didn't happen overnight. In fact, the internal tug of war continued, like I said, well into my 30s. After the birth of my second child, I experienced really bad postpartum anxiety. There was a day that I had a very bad episode that I thought I was actually literally going to go insane. I thought I was going to go crazy. And at that point, I thought to myself, I said, what if I died right now? What would I give back to God as his well done? What would I give back to him for bringing me into this earth? You see, most of my life I had lived based on the fear of just being average, but I had the fear of failure, but I also had the fear of success on the inside of me. I lived between the tension between, oh, I'm too afraid to fail, but what would happen if I allowed my light shine too brightly? What could happen then? And at that point, I realized I lived to please, if not my father, I lived to please even my husband, I lived to please my mother, I lived to please everybody else but myself. And at that point, I thought, you know, I need to find out who Ivie is. Who is she? And that was the point in 2018 that I began this journey to discover Ivie. And I began to think, who is she? Not the girl that was plagued by being average or plagued by her test results or her university grades, not the girl that was plagued by family expectations, not the girl that lived to make everybody but herself happy. Who am I? Who is the woman that God created me to be, right? And my most authentic self, the discovery to my most authentic self was not easy. It involved a lot of therapy, a lot of coaching. It involved a whole lot of inner healing, which I'm still on. It took time, it took courage, it took determination, it took a lot of humility, because you must submit yourself to somebody else's processes, right? You must be able to be humble, you have to be vulnerable, you have to be humble. You have to take off that chip on your shoulder and be like, you know what? I'm not all that. I'm not okay. I need to get better. I need to become the person that God created me to become. It took accountability and a lot of self-leadership. But I tell you, I stand here today and I say it was worth every tear. It was worth every single uncomfortable moment of vulnerability. Many people ask me how I do what I do. What is it like to be a Queen Consort? How is it like, you know, what does it feel like? You're like empowering so many women and you're, you know, spurring on education and wherever you're doing. And to be honest, I don't really have a formula for it. I don't. I'm just being me. I'm just choosing to be who I was created to be. I'm choosing to conquer fear every single day. I'm choosing to live with my most authentic self. And it's not easy because I come from a community where women are seen as second class. And before me, queens were seen at best, but definitely not heard. And so I come to this place in the middle of my growth journey, and I'm like, Lord, I know that I signed a contract with you to be the EVA that you created me to be, but now my husband has become king, and I'm expected to be silent. How am I going to do this? And that began another journey to pushing past the fear and being my most authentic self, regardless. And at that point, I felt, you know what, okay, Lord. And I don't know how many of us are people of faith in the room, and if we're not, that's totally fine, I think, you know. But I think having a grounding spiritually really helped me to overcome the hurdle when I was about to become Queen Consort. Instead of deciding to be silent, I chose to use the platform as a position to actually liberate women and children in my region. I naturally care about people. It's on the inside of me. It's something I've been doing for a long time. Philanthropy is part and parcel of who I am. And so I just chose, and I saw the platform of being Queen Consort as a perfect opportunity to leverage my skill set to do what I do naturally. And so, you see, the most successful people aren't those who replicate what others have done. So it's not about who can I become. The market isn't looking for another replica. The market is looking for you, your authenticity, your uniqueness. That's what you bring to the table. It needs your insight. Sarah Blakely, the founder of Spanx, epitomizes this for me. Sarah identified a market gap based on her needs and experiences as a woman, and she created an innovative product and became a billionaire, employing hundreds of women while doing that. So truly, identity is our greatest asset in the business world. When I became Queen Consort, like I said, I saw the opportunity to light the path for other women and use mindset reorientation to spark economic and social change. So I started the Royally Wearer Foundation. If you walk into one of our Establish Her sessions, for example, you will find a room full of 30 to 65-year-old women. Most of them are market traders, micro and small business owners, and they're the very backbone of our local economy. But many of them, like I said, they see themselves as second-class citizens, they see themselves as insignificant. And so one of our first tasks is to open entity. So in that room, we just don't talk about business models, no, we speak their language, quite literally. Our facilitators communicate to them in pidgin, and we break complex ideas of identity into reality. Those sessions, I've sat in a few of them, and those sessions are one of the most magical things. To see a 65-year-old woman who's never seen herself as important, literally weeping, to see that she is actually significant, to see that even the money that she makes, the 500 naira she makes a day, is important enough to put into a, what's that word, an ajo, to build her community, to let her know that her poverty doesn't define her, or her economic stance doesn't define her, that she can actually add more, because what is inside of her is far greater than the things happening on the outside of her. I've been able to see such beautiful transformations through Establish Her, and most of the market women now go on to form little collectives where they're putting funds into each other to help themselves after like time goes by. It's like a rotation system where, you know, this person needs this to start up, and they're able to add funds together and support each other to actually bring that to pass. It's quite beautiful. Our Skills Institute Masterclass has also produced some exceptional women as well. We hold Skills Institute programs where we do makeup classes and photography and project management. And one of our success stories that I really like is the success story of Sharon Mayua. Sharon was already a business owner, she was a makeup artist, but she just needed to do a little bit more, she just needed to grow a little bit more, and so she came to our makeup classes, our makeup masterclass. And ladies, this is the power of ensuring that you're growing and you're consistently learning and improving yourself. So Sharon came and she was with us for 2 weeks, and at the end of the 2 weeks she comes to me and she's like, Olori, I really want to do more for my community. I want to, please, if you could give me a loan, I want to grow, I want to open up my space, her makeup studio, and she now became the trainer in our Skills Institute. And she's empowering women in the Warrior Kingdom even as we speak. Like Lucy said, it's the power of ensuring that you do the hard thing. Do the hard thing of learning, of educating yourself, of improving your circumstances. Remember, we have 169 years, and the time is now. I want to speak most importantly to fear. Do the hard thing of overcoming fear. Fear for us as women is something that I think all of us experience. There was a study, and I don't know the exact facts or the exact numbers, but women are 100 times more likely to reject a job that they're not 100% qualified for than men. If we are not 100 times qualified, if we're not completely qualified, we just won't apply for the job. That tells me that a lot of us live under our potential. A lot of us live in the playground of fear. On one pendulum, you have a lot of women that are too afraid to even step out. When faced with opportunity, they give excuses. They run into the shadow of excuses and they stay there because that's just enough for them. I'm not good enough. There's someone that's more worthy than me. Why don't you choose this person? I don't think I can do it. I'm not quite qualified. And then on the other side of the fear pendulum, you have what Lucy called the boss ladies, who have struggled so hard to get there. They've stepped on so many toes, they've worked extra hard, and they're the only woman in the room. And so they're too afraid to let anybody else come and take their position. And so when they see a young girl coming up, they would put more obstacles in the way to make her prove herself than they would to lift her up. I hope to see us as women rid of fear. I really hope to see, and in not so much, not the near future, I thank you for coming, calling me to speak, because every time I get an opportunity to speak to women, this is the one thing that I speak about. The need to conquer the internal biases that have held us and shackled us to destinies that are not our own. Women have far too long. The reason we have 169 years is because we have far too many women choosing not to step up. That is actually why. Once we begin to step up, I can guarantee you, the external obstacles of a lack of access to education, the external obstacles of pay gap differences will pale in comparison. They will just be noise. They will just be noise. And so I hope to see women who are genuinely empowered in their hearts and in their minds. Women who have looked fear in the face and have triumphed over her. Women who are not only connecting to the true power of their potential, but women who, when confronted with an opportunity, will run at it. Run first and think later. I'm hoping to see women who ally women. Most of the time, women don't ally women. Most of the women that you see in boardrooms are actually being allied by men. And it's not enough to point the way and say, oh, I got it that way. That's how our mentorship goes. No, I want women holding women's hands and walking us through those doors and saying, I can put my back in her. Yeah, she's amazing. I mean, I don't have to know you. You don't have to be my sister. You don't have to be my best friend. I just have to know that you're a woman. This is what you want. All right, let's do it. I'm going to make that recommendation because guess what? That's what the men are doing. Yeah, that's what the men are doing. A man is more likely to say, oh, okay, that whole gentleman's club, I'm hoping that we'll find gentle women's club very, very soon. That we're able to have those true connections and allegiances so that the being catalysts of change will come very easily for us. And so I thank Oyin and I thank Niyo Fest for inviting me here. My hope is, as women, we will first begin to catalyze change on the inside of us, so that we can become catalysts of change in our economic landscapes. Thank you all.
So we have a quick fireside chat, 10 minutes, 3 questions, 2 questions each, and we're done. Can we have the great Vusi on stage to make sure you put your hands together? Now, what is it? Vusi it was deliberately in the middle. Nigeria, you're in the middle. Yes.
1 South African, 2
Nigerians. Are you ready? Very strategic. So I'll go straight to it. Vusi first here. Vusi, how do you deal with imposter syndrome? You don't look like you have.
I've got wild imposter syndrome. I was up this morning, I was up until 1 a.m. prepping for this. My team did a slide deck of 129 slides, we reduced it to 89. And then between 9 p.m. and 1 a.m. I was running through the slides. I've got wild imposter syndrome. But I'll tell you that I think imposter syndrome gets a bad rap. I like my imposter syndrome. I talk to my imposter syndrome. And the reason I'm as good as I am is because I acknowledge it. And then I use it. Right? So I let that voice tell me I'm not good enough. And then I go, so what would I have to do to be good enough? So the reason I'm constantly overworking, over-prepared, is because I've got the voice at the back of my head going, we're going to catch you up. You're not as good as you think you are. Somebody's going to actually find out. So I think just to swim against it is just ill-advised. You'll spend way too much emotional energy trying to pretend it doesn't exist. What I do is I acknowledge it, and then I work with it. And it's the reason I'm able to perform at the level that I'm able to perform.
Thank you. You spoke about clarity and how you had to find yourself. My question is, do you have to pause your vision and find yourself, or you can do both at once? How have you managed to do both at once?
That's a really good question, actually. I think the biggest fight against vision is actually the vision itself, for me personally. You must always, I'm a big proponent of growth, personal growth and development, as you know. I think it's absolutely important, and I don't even know if if it's necessarily pausing the vision, because the vision doesn't necessarily wait for anyone to manifest, but it's about taking that time to intentionally apply yourself to growing and developing as a person and becoming the person of the vision, even as it's happening. I think that's what it is for me.
Lucy, as an investor, do you invest in the idea of the person? Which comes first? The idea, the fantastic idea, the numbers, everything, or the person?
Well, so we're a growth stage fund. So by the time we see investments, they long past, market readiness and product market fit. So for instance, funds like the one WIM works at would be the kind of feeder funds from whom we would pick up. So they would have done a lot of the legwork to make sure that there's a viable business, a viable product, etc. We focus on the growth stage. But for sure for us, when we think about what is the most material risk in any opportunity that we're looking at, it's always the operator risk. It really is about the person behind the business, or in our case, the persons, because we tend to like businesses that are run by teams rather than an individual. This is why everybody watches the Avengers, right? The team always works better than the single superhero. But I will say to you that, and just as a side note to the question you asked, what we've learned now, close on 10 years doing this, is that amongst the things in particular entrepreneurs of color struggle with, and forgive me for being honest, but we can be honest with each other. We really struggle with the idea that part of something is better than being something. So we love the idea of 100% of something. Right? We really struggle with the idea that for me to take this thing to the next level, I'm going to have to give a lot more of it to the ecosystem helping me build it than try to control it and own all of it myself. And I think there's a lot of education there. There's a lot of psychology we have to do in our mindset around, I don't own the large portion of our businesses. It's just not the way that works. Nothing worth doing can be done alone, and nothing done alone is scalable. So you really want to make sure that you surround yourself. I would even say to the people in this room, make sure that you're building relationships here with somebody that you can build with, that you can scale with, that you can work with, that you can actually help achieve the vision with. I think it's very, very important. And then lastly, to your question about the risk of the person. Listen, the most important test of your character isn't how successful you are or what school you went to or how many startups you've built before or how many you've exited. I see a lot of these decks and the entrepreneurs will tell you I've exited. I want to hear about your failures. The best investment we've done still on our books today by portfolio, I will never forget. It was a male and female team. And the young man sat there and I said to them, this is my first question I asked them. I say, before you tell me about your business, tell me about your biggest failure. And the guy looked at me and he said, my biggest failure is I destroyed my marriage trying to build this business. That level of honesty is the kind of level I want to deal with. Because it tells me that he's dealt enough with his own demons that he won't discover them using my money. So I think way too many of us watch Hollywood movies. Way too many of us are reading the articles that are all over the web. And all you hear is start success, start success. I promise you now, when you're dealing with an investor who knows what they're doing, they want to hear that you are aware of you. That you know your own blind spots, you know where you failed, you know the mistakes that you've made. And not only that you know them, but also that you own them, and more importantly, that you have forgiven yourself for them. Because that lets me know you're now ready for the next stage, right? Whereas a lot of us are looking for that next thing so that we can prove we are not the loser we were yesterday. And you will always call it wrong. If you spend your life chasing your shadows, you will never catch it. Right? So what you want to be able to do is to say, listen, these are my shortcomings, these are my failures, these are things I wish I could have done better, I could have run that business better, I could have been more honest with these investors, I own it. And I'm going to walk into the room and tell you that I own it, but I still believe I'm worth a shot. Take the shot on me.
Two more questions. Now, you said, because this is your question, you said, do the hard things. What is the hardest thing you've done?
You ready for that? Wow, okay. I hardest thing I've done is actually coming to realize that I will not be everything to everyone, and I cannot be everything to everyone. It's actually really difficult because I grew up a people pleaser, and I grew up wearing many masks for many people, and it was always that my dad called me the family politician. I always knew what to say, when to say it, how to say it perfectly. And that's just because I wanted everyone to like me, really. And it was actually the hardest thing I've done. I was in a coaching session one day and I was speaking to a lady who I call my miracle, because literally encountering her just transformed my life. And she was like, EVA, introduce yourself. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm da-da-da-da-da. And she's like, EVA, introduce yourself. She could see past the many masks that I wore. And she kept on saying it. She was like, who are you, who are you? And I couldn't, I was struggling like that until I just burst out crying. And I said, you know what? I don't actually know. And it was at that point, and through life's journeys, many years after, that I realized, you know what, I can't be an apple for everybody, a banana, a pear, a peach. You know, I can't. I'm just going to be my apple and be all right with it. And if you don't like apples, well, good on you. I hope you like bananas. Bye-bye. You're not for me. I think that's the hardest thing I've done, knowing I can't be everyone's happy.
And the final question for two of you.
Before you ask your question, can I just add something to this? I think, actually, philosophically, that might be the hardest question we all ever have to answer in our entire lives. Those 3 letters. Who are you? Just those 3 words. It's the most, I think if you ever tried it, if you ever just sat with yourself for a full day and wrote down who are you and try to answer it. And try to answer it without the what, eh? So you can't add the place, the background, the qualifications, the tribe, the place, you know, just the who, the true substance of who you are. I think if you try to answer that question, you'd be very surprised how difficult it is for almost all of us in this room. And the reason, to your point, Royal Majesty, is because we just don't spend enough time looking in the mirror without the veneer of society. And this is why sometimes when we meet people who have done that, our spirit gets irritated. Because your spirit is having to confront something raw when it hasn't had to confront itself yet. So, yeah, I hear that. I'd have been crying too. I hear that.
So the final question. Next week, you're both in Nigeria for Elevate Africa. The numbers against Africa is so. I'm in the music business. I have a double son in music. They don't want to invest in Africa anymore. Spotify, everybody. But we're saying one thing, that Africa is next. Why is Africa next?
I'm happy to go first. So, first let me just say, I play the long game. And so, when you play the long game, short-term dynamics don't matter. I'm in the long game. I was traveling the world talking about investing in Africa when Time magazine was saying Africa is the darkest continent in the world. And then 10 years later changed the cover and said we are Africa rising. I've seen this cycle before. It's not new for me. I was traveling to Jersey, Guernsey, Isle of Man, SARC, meeting with institutional investors, talking about investing in Africa, long before Africa was ever on the map. Some of us have just been doing it for long enough that we've seen the trends. Now, when you're experiencing a trend for the first time, you think it's the end of the world. Listen, the world will be pro and against Africa, depending on what's happening in other parts of the world. There is a war that breaks out in Europe, and suddenly aid funds that were supposed to come to, parts of the continent are redirected to that war. There is an issue with the Nigerian currency, down 67% from its peak now against the dollar. 67%. If you are an institutional investor or even an investor of any type, and you're holding an asset and you've priced that asset in USD and you're watching what's happening with that asset, of course it's going to affect you. But the question I ask of all of our investors is, are we in the long game, yes or no? And so for us, when we deal with the outside world, there are two things we look for. The first is we have to be mission aligned. If we're not mission aligned, I don't want to do business. It's not about whether or not you have the money, it's about whether you are on the same mission I am on. Because if you are on the same mission, I can give you the metadata. What's the metadata? The average age, the median age in the African continent today is less than 20. 19 years old. It's 19 years old. In Nigeria alone, I think it's at 17 years old. So let me tell you what that means for those of us in the room who, struggled with mathematics. It means that if I take 200 million people in Nigeria, say, and 50% of them are below the average working age, over the next 10 years, there's a 50% cohort of the population that's going to come into the mainstream economy. What do you think that does for your business? It means more consumers, more buyers, more people buying banking products, more people needing to remit money from other parts of the world, sending it back into the continent. So of course, if you're taking a 3-month view or a 6-month view, it doesn't look good. But if you're taking a 10-year view, it looks fantastic. Then if you understand valuation, if I just do a dollar cost averaging of buying the business today versus buying it in 5 years' time, on a dollar cost average basis, the business today is much cheaper. So of course I want to buy the business today. So from our perspective, when they say it's going bad, I'm going, this is fantastic. What are you talking about? And look at Africa has the largest proportion of arable land of anywhere in the world. If we just farmed all of the available arable land in all of Africa, we would feed the rest of the world. This is a true story. I met with a scientist the other day, fascinating guy who lives in Namibia, who said to me that if they laid out just in the Namibian desert, solar panels across the Namibian desert, they could provision power for all of Africa. So when I talk to people who see the red, all I'm seeing is the green because my lens is long term. And then lastly, this is what I say. The United States that you see today was built by people who thought long term. They laid out the rail infrastructure long term. They built out the financial institutions long term. They built the country out thinking long term. We have to be very careful as Africans not to fall into a trap of thinking short term, because the world we're in has become short term, but we, in our evolution, are at the stage where the United States was in the 17 and 1800s. If you work in venture capital today, you are operating on the world of capital rules in the 16 and 1700s. If you wanted to raise money in the original stock markets of the world, they emanate from Amsterdam, a particular area of the Netherlands. If you wanted to raise money, it became about who you know. Well, what do you know about raising money in venture capital today? It's who you know. It's who do you phone and whose phone call do you have and can you send them your pitch deck? Those are the rules we are operating on today. So you have to see Africa for where we are in the evolution of time. When you see it for where we are, then we can act for it based on where we are. So when I think about what by God's grace, and let me tell you, it's only been by God's grace. I mean, for us, 2020 almost wiped us out. We were completely underwater in 2020. Our portfolios were doing poorly. A lot of our businesses were going under. We were in trouble 2020. And between then and now, our business has grown 3x. It's not because I'm a rocket scientist, it's because I serve a living God. And so I do want to say, for us, when we sit in our vantage point and we look at the data that we look at, the constant conversation happening between ourselves and the rest of the partners in the business is, what is the generation for whom we are building this business? I'm building this business for my children's generation. So I'm happy to ride out the short-term cycles, because I understand that in the short term, Spotify might come in and leave, Amazon might come in and leave, Netflix will come in and leave. They are listed companies, they have to make quarter-on-quarter decisions, they have to report to analysts somewhere in Wall Street. They're playing the tactical game. I'm not in the tactical game. I'm playing a long-term change and generation game. So we are very, very different in our approach, and I'm happy to take short-term punches because, as my grandfather used to say, you will never win a world heavyweight championship unless you take a few punches.
And your take?
I think that's exactly it. You see, being monarchs, we're actually in it for the rest of our lives. And Africa, it doesn't have a problem. If you look at Africa, and most of the time, just piggybacking off what Lucy said, if you look at Africa in the evolution of her times, right, we are very much in our embryonic stage of development, very, very much so. We're where the George Washingtons were at the foundational stages. And because of that, right? Coupled with, and most of the time they actually say that Africa in a globalized world, you know, it's dreadful for us, because if the world is moving this quickly, then, and Africa is this backwards, then, you know, what's going to go on with you know, they look at it as a disadvantage to us. But I dare say that we actually are an advantage, because we have, it's almost like being the last born in the house. You know, you've gone, everyone else has gone ahead, and your older siblings have failed, and you're able to observe their failures. You're able to observe where they made it, where they didn't make it, and then you do exceedingly well. Africa's time isn't coming, it's actually now, because we're a young generation, because we have such a large youthful generation behind us. And for us, those of us that are the foundational leaders, those of us like Lucy and myself and the rest of the Africans in the continent that are choosing to invest in her regardless, we are the foundational leaders. We are the George Washingtons and, you know, the Jeffersons, and we are the ones that are building the continent because we choose to see long term. Look, Africa has no other choice but to rise. So there is no, why do I think Africa is next? Because if you study global, if you study politics, if you study history, every continent gets a turn. Africa's turn is coming up. And it's your decision, it's your choice to make if you're going to be part of the building in Africa, or you're going to sit back and be a bystander and watch. So that's why I think Africa is next. It's just what I'm
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So we see next week on my talk in Abuja. Are you ready? Okay? You might go off 4 times. I promise you.
He's going to tell me that. He needs to come
Yes,
here.
sir.
He needs to come here. We would love to have you.
Please put your hands together for the glory and thank you very much. Thank you. Let's put your hands together again for them. Great work. So we have Oye here for her own fireside, but every other stage is open for their sessions. Every other stage is open for other sessions. Thank you. Grab a coffee and go in again.
That Niyo first. That's what I Niyo
Jason Decor. Jason Decor's taking the stage now. It's called the Power of Art of Home. So we have Jason Decor. So can we sit down, Jason Decor? The outdoor giants are taking the stage now. So please can we get settled? Can we all get settled for Jason? We have Dr. Dupe. We have Tank. So we have Jason Decor getting the stage now. So please can we get the room clear? Jason Decor, Jason Decor, Jason Decor. Jason Decor, Jason Decor. Thank you very much.
come a bit closer to the front. So if you mind just coming a bit forward, we will be starting with one of our key sponsors, JCDeco. So please, can you just come a bit closer? So those who are at the back, I would encourage you to just sit down as we start this session, unless you need to go into the next room where there is the tech stage or the beauty stage. Thank you very much, as we'll be starting shortly. Not know, we are going to be starting a session, so we do encourage you just to sit down. Thank you very much. If you could just sit down here in the main stage. Thank you so much.
have an entrepreneur who is innovating in the dentistry space, and they will be pitching to us today the startup Sarah Dental. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dr. Ahmed Sharif to the stage. So just for a ground rule, you have 4 minutes to pitch and then the judges will take questions.
The World Health Organization recommends the ratio of 1 dentist to every 7,500 people in a country. In Sierra Leone, we have 1 dentist to over 222,000 people. There is no way a dentist can see 222,000 people in a year, let alone to see them twice a year. In essence, only about 15% of our country's population has access to a professional dentist. As for the remaining 85%, they have to resort to harmful local practices, resulting to life-threatening and even fatal complications. And this is personal because I come from a community where there were no dentists. As the first dentist, I wanted to do something different. I wanted to solve, to create an impact in solving the problem. Okay. So this was where the idea of Sierra Dental came about. So we want to have stationary dental clinics across Sierra Leone and mobile clinics that move from this station to smaller towns and villages. We also want to have a dental training center and a dental shop to train and equip more people to join us in promoting oral health services. So we started with our first venture in Freetown, the central of the capital, called Sierra Dental, from which we want to revolutionize oral health care, not only in Sierra Leone, but across the African continent. Our services. Now, let me introduce you to Me Dentist. Me Dentist means my dentist. So we realize that all the dentists are currently in the capital city of Sierra Leone. So we want to stand on the shoulder of tech so that even the last man in the village can be able to talk to a dentist in terms of emergencies. So what Me Dentist does, we can do virtual consultations, we can have oral health education, but most importantly, we can have dental first aid virtually. I know you may be wondering that some dental treatments require a clinical intervention. We want to put a dental clinic in a van and take it to the last community across Africa. Now, this is Sierra Leone, and the red region is where you currently have all the dentists. We want to bring it to the remaining 16 regions in the country. It's our revenue model, from which we intend to generate over $50 million annually. Our financial projections that can go up to $500,000 by 2027 at full capacity. Our competitors are there, but our innovative approach with mobile and teledentistry makes us stand out. Our traction so far, and our ask is $500,000 so that we can expand our operations and launch a new product line. Nelson Mandela said, we have to change the world, and we are calling you to join us. Let's change the world one tooth at a time. Thank you very much.
All right, so we'll take questions from the judges. OM?
Okay, I'll go first. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. This was really good. I do love your grasp of the problem you're trying to solve. But I mean, since this slide is up here, let's deal with this. 70% of 500. How do you arrive at 500K as the amount of money you need to raise? And you say 70% will go into product research and development. What exactly does product research and development entail, given what you've explained to us?
Yes, so what we are going to do, like to do some more customer discovery, to do some more research on these services we are trying to introduce, but most importantly, the development aspect of it. So we want to have 5 dental clinics in the main regions of Sierra Leone, and to have mobile vans that will equip as dental clinics, so that they will be able to move from this region to smaller towns and villages, and that will cost close to $360,000.
Is this the first time you raised money?
No, it's not the first time.
Okay. I'll leave the other judges to answer this.
Hello, thank you very much for that presentation. My question is around the unit economics of the first dental clinic that you opened. You kind of went through the traction slide very quickly.
Yes.
Can you put us through the numbers? So is it profitable, the first clinic, in terms of the investment that you made and the returns that you're getting from that clinic? What does that look like? And is this scalable in terms of when you start to open more stores or more clinics, or when you start to have more funds? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, so as you can see, our patient growth, so we have patient growth since we started, like we actually started operations last October. We have over 25% patient growth because of the need, and our revenue growth is around 16-17% monthly, and repeat business. So because of the needs we are meeting, because of the approach we are taking, because we want to make dentistry friendly. We want you to look forward to the visit of the dentist. So this has made a lot of recommendations coming. So past patients are coming and they are bringing other people together. So that also refers to the referral rate. But also because of the reviews we are getting online. So since we started, we've had recommendations from both the UK and US Embassy in Sierra Leone. And these are sites that are trusted by the people. So this has really increased the revenue generation.
How much have you made in numbers?
Since we started, I didn't get your question.
Yeah, how much have you made in the last 1 year? You're almost a year, right?
Yes, so we've made close to $25,000. Yes.
Why has no one done this before? Why, like, the problem's so evident and the need is so great.
Yes.
Why is it an untapped opportunity? I'm just curious as to your competitive advantage and why no one, or what the barriers to entry are that you're overcoming as to why this hasn't been solved.
Okay, why is it untapped? Yeah, so we don't have a dental school in Sierra Leone. So all the past dentists, so like all our dentists are trained from out of the country. And most of them, when they train outside, you know, because of the services back home and because of the facilities and people looking for greater opportunities, they stay outside. So when I graduated, because of this passion I had for dentistry in my community, even though I had a very lucrative offer in East Africa, I insisted on going back to Sierra Leone. And working in the public sector, I wasn't just satisfied with being paid the government salary and everything. I wanted to go down to the community. So, yeah, I think this is where it comes from. Yeah.
I have one last question, and this is basically tied to one of the questions that keeps my mind interested. So we talked about the competitive advantage, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned tech.
Yes.
But I struggle to see, one, how the tech is enabling this business at this time. And then two, the dental space and the medical space is heavily regulated.
Yes.
How are you solving for risk? So say somebody, you perform an online consultation and it goes all wrong. How are you protecting yourself when it comes to protecting the business when it comes to situations that arises from situations like that?
Okay, so the first thing we are going to register with the Sierra Leone Medical and Dental Council, and now because of the emergence of teledentistry, so they give you an option now to register a virtual clinic. And what we do through this, we can make prescriptions where the patient, we can make prescriptions including what you need to take, and that prescription is generated digitally. So if you go, you take what you are not supposed to take, we always have that as a proof, to show that it was actually coming from us. I don't know if that answers the question. Yes.
Thank you very much. That's all the time that we have. Can we give a round of applause for you? Next up, we have the team from Ken. Let's give a round of applause for her, please.
Can I give you quick feedback? Yeah. You can do to whoever is going to be pitching. It would be nice to engage the audience or engage the judges, so it doesn't feel like there's that gap of space of time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it helps.
Thank you. I'll just go on and explain anyways as they get.
You don't necessarily need to talk about the business now.
Okay, just talk to them. How's everyone? How's your day, guys? I hope everyone's well. I hope everyone's doing okay. I hope you guys are enjoying Niyo Fast.
So I'm just saying this because again, yesterday I said something, perception is oftentimes reality. And if you create a perception that you're in control of the moment and you know your stuff, we begin to believe it, whether it's true or not.
Thank you so much for that. I hope this comes on along a bit quicker, but we'll be getting through. I hope everyone's excited for their pitches as well. I know we have amazing things that we want to say, and I know Niyo Fest has been helping us amazingly, so really looking forward to speaking to you guys as well. I think just 2 more seconds, really and truly. I think this is good. Yeah? Perfect, thank you so much. So my name is Doyen, and today I'm presenting Ken. So this is Woven by His Grace. I hope everyone can hear me well as well. So me and my sisters, especially myself, a couple years ago I started to see an issue in the market. And what I started to notice was that I would be on Zara, ASOS, Boohoo, you name it. I would go into shops, I would go online, and finding clothes was becoming so difficult. I can imagine any woman here or any man that has a wife or a sister or mother has heard, I have nothing to wear, I have nothing in my wardrobe, I don't know what I have. And you will say to them, no, you have plenty of things, and they're like, no. So what I started to notice was that it was getting harder and harder and harder for me to find clothes that was modest, but also ethical, also sustainable, and also fit to my style. Okay, perfect.
So when we started to notice the problem, I thought of a company called Ken. And what Ken means, it's a Hebrew word, it's the word favor and grace. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to create a sustainable fashion brand that enabled for a woman to still look modest, still feel inclusive, still have her style out, but also not feeling like she's modest but the clothes is not appealing. And that's one thing that I noticed was a massive thing. So I partnered with my sisters. My sister, one of them, she studies, her name is Damala, she studies fashion and textiles. So she kind of understands the world of textiles, garments, ethical garments. And my other sister, Dalapa, she studied media and she's been writing screenwriting and plays. So what we started to notice was that there is a bigger problem in what we're seeing in the fashion industry today. So what we're noticing in the fashion industry, so fast, I'm so sorry. One thing we're noticing in the fashion industry is three main problems. McKinsey & Co. have recently released a database saying that one of the three major problems for companies is sustainability, especially in the fashion industry, because 400 million tons of clothing is being thrown into waste dumps every single year. And when I noticed these type of figures, I thought, there's a massive problem in how we are actually affecting our world, affecting the climate when it just comes to clothing. And I believe that our clothing shouldn't have to do that. So we also saw as well there's extra consumption, there's extra production of clothing just because everybody's trying to beat the market, everybody's trying to compete against one another. And also there's no diversity or fit. Many women get their clothes, or men also buy clothes and it doesn't fit well, it doesn't work with them, you know, there's loose ends, buttons are falling off and they've only had it for 2 weeks. So what we devised as the solution was Ken. So Ken is evidently wanting to use sustainability, so eco-friendly materials such as like bamboo, linen, hemp. So these are quality clothes that are biodegradable, and also when combined with things like cotton, it produces structural integrity for your clothing. Also, we saw that we wanted to be able to eliminate overproduction, and this is where the technology comes in. With overproduction, what we see is that because all these brands are trying to fight against one another and trying to be the highest in the market, we're noticing that they are just producing so much clothes. So what we want to do is the direct to customer side, or direct to our direct to demand. So what that means is that as we want to have our own website, we want to grow it, so we need the technology to help with those things. On our website, we don't just want you to click and buy. We actually want you to click and say that you want to order, and then we want it to be in the process of we order and produce based on demand. So we do not just want to overproduce, as we do not want to add more to the situations that we're already seeing that is going on. Also, we want the fit to be diverse. We want it to be adjustable, where you can get things tailored, you can get things taken in. Also on the website, we want to have 3D models. A lot of the time you see on these websites, they have models and they may be one body type, and it doesn't really give diversity of, will it look good on me, will it fit me well, will it work with me? So what we want is for you to be able to type in your weight, type in your height, type in these measurements, and for when you type in these measurements, it would show what the piece would potentially look like on you. So our product is mainly for dresses. We do want to get into the point of, shirts, jeans, trousers, skirts, blazers. We also do want to then go into menswear as well. But we wanted to start off with something and start off with it strong. So we chose dresses as one of the first things. It is something that many people have and throw away and not necessarily keeping the sustainable integrity of. Also, we wanted to be able to bring it to different landscapes and different people in different regions as well. So this is just our plan and our vision, and it's just echoing again the sustainability and modesty. So our target market as well, it's ages 21 to 45, women of middle class, with high to middle income earners that are able to pour into, thinking about their sustainability. You also see today, if you go on TikTok, if you go on Instagram, that there are young people today that are more in mind of their modesty, more in mind of sustainability, and more in mind of what they're actually spending their money on. So we're not just spending and spending and spending. Even in this day of cost of living, we're thinking before we spend. We're thinking before we put money into things. So this is just our SWOT analysis. So our strengths, our weakness, our opportunities. We wanted to put this on so that we understand that there may be some weaknesses and there may be some threats, but how do we combat those very things? And we noticed that, production with the supply chain could be a potential a threat, it could be a potential issue. So what we do want to do is to scale the company. We don't just want to be a brand that makes clothes. We also want to be a brand that also begins to have fulfillment centers. We also want to go into the place of we are now a supplier for ethical materials, ethical products as well. So we want to be able to just firstly start off with we provide clothes, then we have our own fulfillment centers, to then going on to being people that provide for different companies and different brands that want to keep, sustainability and ethics in mind. Yes, this is just our business model. I've already reiterated that. Then our marketing structure, influence marketing, SEO, brand emailing as well, email marketing using MailChimp and going through people's emails as well. It's a great way, as well as we won't be having direct links to buy. It brings up the generation of, marketing and get people to know the brand, see the brand, and know what we are doing essentially. Then it's just how can you help us? How can you help us to fulfill the plan and fulfill what we're doing? So thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to questions. Hilary?
Where are you at now with your company? Like, have you made clothes, got prototypes, or is it still?
So we're just in the ideation side. So we've had the ideas for a while, but it's now on paper. It's now been gone through with the different metrics and things like that. So it is in the ideation phase.
Thank you. If you're going to choose one problem out of the many problems that you talked about, that you think you can build a really good or great leverage in based on your team, your expertise, and what your customers need, what would that one problem be?
I think the one problem would definitely be the sustainability.
Don't you think that all the other big brands have got ahead on in terms of sustainability because they've got the money, the technology, the sourcing?
I think some have gone forth with it, but I don't think they've gone forth with it in the side of it still being of good quality. A lot of the companies that we have seen have sustainable products, but the quality in which we may be using, for example, you can use cottons and different fabrics to make jeans or a jean jacket, but it doesn't essentially mean that the quality and the thickness of it would still look like a regular jean jacket like you see today that's not ethically made. So there's also ways in which using different ethical fabrics together and meshing them as one that actually produces it to have durability as well as it being sustainable, and not a lot of these companies are actually doing that yet. They're just targeting and saying they're sustainable, if that makes sense.
Sorry, just one last question.
Yeah, of course.
Because you're still at the ideation stage, I'm just wondering so all of the problems that you've mentioned are hypothetical problems as far as ideation is concerned. Which of the problems have you conducted a customer validation process for?
Sorry, can you say the last part?
So which of the problems that you mentioned have you conducted a customer validation process?
So first it was for the modesty. We did a customer validation process. So all we did was we had surveys, we had on LinkedIn, we had on Instagram, we had on TikTok, we had on every major platform. And what we did, I'm going to repeat it, sorry about that, but what we did was we saw, we did different metrics of how many people, do you find sustainable clothes, do you find modest clothes essentially, is it the right fit, is it actually nice, is it appealing, is it cost effective, do you feel like you have to keep buying it, do you have to get it tailored for yourself, and things like that. And what we saw was 71% of our database, 71% of people that actually voted said that they do not find modest clothes, or it does not fit right, or it's not, appealing, or they have to get it tailored, or they have to go hours and hours and hours on end to find something that's
I'm sorry, we can only take one question.
It's not a question.
We're out of time.
My body will be changed already. I think one, we'll get exploited, and we need to emphasize that certain information like this sort of analysis are not really necessary. But that's where there is a bit of work. I do have a couple more questions that I can talk about, but I see the next time you talk about your team, I don't think
Alright, thank you very much. Next up, can we get the master name, preaching from Parents School. Can we have one back?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashley Agbonjo. I am the co-founder and CEO at Parenthood. And today I'm going to speak to also about Parenthood and what we do. So, have you ever imagined what it's like to be a modern-day parent? For me, I'm an intending parent, and I can't even imagine the amount of questions. I have a billion questions I want to ask about parenting. Coupled with the fact that we are married and we need tools to navigate our home. Now, the reality for a millennial or a Gen Z parent in this age is that you need community. Nobody's sort of like and their any parenting guidebook to you, so you need community. Community is fast becoming virtual. Also, you want to, you have 2 kids. You want to balance your life with your children at the same time. Like, how do you do this? How do you manage tasks at home? How do you handle school runs, like without having a calendar here, a calendar there, the to-do list here, a to-do list there, and that's where Parenthood comes in. So Parenthood is a tool for parents and intending parents to find care communities and tools to manage their home. So Parenthood is offering parents, either you're intending parents, you don't have kids just yet, you're expecting parents, or you already are a parent, communities where you can ask questions, you can onboard you, while also giving you tools like a task manager, to-do list, note taker, all in one place. So you don't have to have multiple different apps. So everything's going to be in one place. Manage your family and have community. Now there are about 140 million millennials and Gen Zs across the UK and the US. In 10 years, 70% of this 140 million will be parents or will be planning to be parents. And that's like 100 million. And that's the market that Parenthood is planning to tap into. So we're going to be charging $50 per year. So when you come into Parenthood, the community for Parenthood is free, but the apps, the tools are paid for. So you pay $50 in a year as a monthly payment feature, and $50 multiplied by 100 million give us a 5 billion market. So I am a Montessori expert with 4 years as an educator. My co-founder here is my husband. He has 8 years experience in marketing and communications, and has worked in as a tech startup for 2 wide communication companies, which is Number and Doja. So together we've been Parenthood this year. We started being Parenthood in July. The MVP stage, the MVP demo session last month with the 60 waitlist member. We got feedback from our MVP users, and we're currently iterating our product. So now we are raising $200,000 in pre-seed funding to launch our mobile app by 2025. Thank you.
Yeah, first question. Thank you so much for the presentation. That was really nice. I am a parent. I'm also an intended parent. So the question is, why limit the app or the solution to just intended parents? Why limit it? Or is it just...
So your Parenthood is for intended parents, pregnant parents, and already parents.
Already parents. It's fine. So I've got a few of your competitors here. I just wanted to tell you how different you are. So for example, we have life care, which we have. We've got many companies, we've got Sprouts, we've got All Family Wizard, we've got Easy. These are all different competitors that you're competing with. I'm not sure if you're aware of them, if so, how different are you to them?
Alright, thank you. So we have a number of these competitors that we know about, and a lot of them that are not on the list that you mentioned. And one of the key things that we realize is that, first of all, most of our competitors fall into the bracket of either they are creating education or content information for parents, right? Which means that you have a blog or you have a partner that shares information. Now, the amount of information, right, that you have out there. What parent does is that you're only able to find information that is relevant to your current parenting phase because you are in relevant circles or communities and actors or groups. Whether as a pre-parent, a single parent, or if you're navigating first time fatherhood, first time motherhood, or you're a dad, girl dad, or boy dad, or whatever, right? So you have like communities that are specific to you. So the information that gets to you is just based off of like what you really need. Second, we've also been parents to be able to accommodate both genders, both the father and the mother. One thing that we realize in most platforms is that it's either just moms only, most of the time, right, or dads only. Why we parent, we have the platform accommodating both parents. Now, one of the amazing things you have about parenthood is a collaborative profile, similar to what you have on Instagram, where you can collaborate with someone to make a post, right? So every user on parenthood is a family, so you're interacting with other families. When you wave or connect with somebody else, you're waving or connecting with another family. And then also, thirdly, parenthood blends that community with tools. So it's not just the tools alone, you have the tools, you also have the access to community. So basically, like what you're doing, right? You're able to take whatever information or advice you get online and turn that into actionable tasks and tools. And those actionable tasks and tools can be linked to your everyday apps, rather, like your email, your alarms, and your calendar. So that's how that goes.
We'll take one more question. Any more questions? One more. Again, just feedback from me. Your estimations are overly aggressive. In the real world, those numbers will grow, and I'm being very honest with you. And then just finally, I was going to add, I think that in your deck, you should talk about your marketing strategy for this. Because to build communities, this isn't easy. You should talk to me. It's not easy to build communities, and you should have something around how you build communities in your deck.
Thank you very much.
Just feedback for me. Good start, but I feel like in terms of competitive advantage, you have to do a lot more. Because like one of the judges mentioned, there's so much out there that's already accessible for free. So how do you get people to want to sign up with you?
Yeah, thank you so much. So,
just a feedback.
Oh, we do that.
Right, thank you so much. Next up, we're having Gola from Mawake. Gola. Gola from Mawake.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you guys have been enjoying the pictures so far. I have. I think people have been really creative. And the judges, I'm nervously expecting your questions. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Golafia. I am one of the co-founders of Mawake, who is my other co-founders, my husband and partner, Sadu and Ms. Kamara. Mawake is a remote family care platform that connects African families in the diaspora with trusted, reliable caregivers across Africa. Today, we're asking for £10,000 in technical support to help us to deliver access to healthcare, quality healthcare across Africa. Last year, I lost a dear friend of mine, Lara, in Botswana. At the age of 31, Lara passed away right before Christmas. hospital beds and decline in healthcare quality due to lack of qualified health staff makes that timely care and quality care is a constant worry. Introducing Model Care. Model Care wants to give families a peace of mind by connecting them to a real-time remote care platform. Our tech-driven platform allows families to be able to monitor the health of their loved ones, but also to manage the chronic illnesses in which they are. With multilingual support, we're able to break the language barriers, ensuring seamless communication between the families and the caregivers, making sure that everyone gets that care that they need. Why now? Well, the health tech, African health tech market is growing at 10 to 15% yearly. There's a huge investment, especially in our first market, towards health tech. And we aim to capture 1 to 3% of this market. This is a quote from Accra Medical Center saying that there's so much opportunity going on and a well-developed home care or hospice system could make a world of difference. These are some of our competitors, mostly focused on telehealth medicine, but where we will stand out is that we're creating an all-in-one solution with family engagement, health education, and also AI-driven care support. The total addressable market is projected to be $5 billion by 2025 and $11 billion by 2030. We have two revenue streams. Either it's going to be families being able to subscribe monthly, and also we're going to be working with partners in order to collaborate also as a service to the partners to onboard either their caregivers onto the platform. This is a prototype that we're currently working on, and this is how it will look from the caregiver's perspective, but also from the family's perspective. We're looking at key milestones for 2025. We're looking to finish the prototype, work on an MVP, and also launch our pilot study so that we can get the data that is needed to show people that this can actually make a difference. We have a team of healthcare experts, including myself. We have a software engineer as a co-founder. We have an array of advisory board members that are working on the ground within medicine, finance, and strategic partnerships. Our go-to-market strategy is to talk to the diaspora community, really understand the pain point that we're talking about. Yes, it's personal to us, but we'd love to hear what they have to say. And although we're asking for 10,000 today, our overall ask is 900,000 to build the technology, and we're hoping that with your help, no other family would have to
customers, the people who are buying the product actually migrants living overseas, is that correct?
Yes.
And the consumers are the ones who have actually users of the product, right? So basically, it targets, in terms of the marketing, you're actually targeting people overseas like myself or family members down here, right? And so it means that I will be monitoring. So for example, if I send money from my parents down in Freetown, for example, I'll be able to monitor what's going on just from the app. That's the solution you provide, right? I think that might work just because we launched, that was part of the core founding team that launched Amazon's Freetown. We had a huge challenge there, but what we found that initially the solution was for people in Syria to use it. We found out that a lot of people overseas ended up using the product and so which is why it doesn't work. If you told me, for example, the people are going to use it in Freetown, I would definitely tell you that it's not feasible because we've tried in the past and it's very difficult. Not that it's not possible, but it's very difficult. Thank you so much for your solution. I think you have a great idea. Thank you.
Any more questions?
One last question.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree. I think you have a telemedicine solution, right? Just so that I know that my question is right. It's a telemedicine solution where you include the family member in the consultation, not necessarily that the family member is the diaspora or using it on behalf of the patient.
So yes, they're using it on the behalf of the patient. So we found that because they're the ones responsible a lot of the time for paying for healthcare services, they will be the ones actually finding the caregivers, and they will also be the ones to make sure so they can track their money from their pocket. They pay through our platform, track their money, but also be able to have communication with the caregivers, because a lot of the times they're sitting on the opposite end, kind of just waiting for the information. So they are actively engaged in making sure that the end user gets the quality care that they need, and also that the end user understands through a community. So a lot of the times with health behavior, you need someone external than yourself. There are different models in health in order to have a certain health behavior come through. So that's what it is.
I like the idea, but it's also increasing my admin. So from where I'm sitting as a family member, it's increasing my admin. So I have to go and search for a caregiver, monitor the caregiver from the diaspora, I have to do my work, who is where I need to be. Then what sort of value are you assuring me in terms of quality that allows me to take myself off that process, because it's quite on.
Yeah. So we're hoping that actually that it will alleviate the stress and the anxiety that you already have now when you send money. I mean, remittance is one of the highest rates in which diaspora send money, right? And a lot of it goes to healthcare. But we found that when it goes towards that healthcare, people don't know where their money goes, nor do the family receive that. They get sent home from hospitals. They don't have doctors that actually look after them. So we're trying to give you the peace of mind, so that once they are hired, you kind of just leave it. Exactly. You take a step back. So they don't call you asking, we're sick again. You can just press a button and say, no, my friend, I paid.
Sorry,
I think we discuss later, because, and also just to add, because you should be talking to examiners standing beside me, have some experience in this space, but we should discuss it later.
Sorry. Yes, so next, Emma, stand right here. So we will try to Emma from Philippines.
Lovely to see you, panel, people of the room. I'm Emma Mendez. I'm in the UK. I have a business partner called Kimberly. She is currently in Atlanta, America. The whole point is that we can capitalize on UK and the US market just by having two extraordinary sexy women leading the charge. The bottom line in the 3.5 minutes that I have is underwear meets tech. Now, ladies in the room, I want you to just sit with yourself for a second and ask yourself, where hurts? Is it the bra? Is it the knickers? Is it the wedgie? It's a real thing. Now, my point is, women have been told the underwear that we will wear, although it's painful, and then we're told that beauty is pain. Here are sample knickers. These are clip-on, clip-off knickers. The issue, I bought these knickers from Primark. Have you ever found yourself having a wonderful idea, the next minute you know, you speak the idea, the phone hears it, the computer hears it, and the next time you see your phenomenal idea, it's in Primark. Have you ever seen clip-on, clip-off knickers before? Never. The day that I was going to America to meet with my business partner, I had to shop for my son and came across period, clip-on, clip-off knickers for £10. Let me explain who I am. I am a technologist. I'm a software engineer. I'm building a large language model. I am very much from the idea that if I did not create it, I'm not interested. I'm not going to buy into something that's already been created. So we're going to create our own clips. So what's wrong with this and what is the blessing? I was able to travel to America and prove that this is not going to have problems in the border patrol. You know what I mean? Excuse me, can you come back? It was fine. The issue is when I was in the toilets on the aeroplane, my clip flipped off, it got stuck when I pulled on it was all bundled around here, and so I was able to use the blessing of somebody already created it to prove why it does not work and what I will do. My business partner is a model and a musician. I am a software engineer. I have 100 adopters who have already told me what they do not like about underwear, and I have that to build the first large language model from scratch, training it to figure out what do women really feel. Clippies is for all body shapes and body sizes, because one size doesn't fit all. The personalized recommendations will be the Clippies website where women all over the world will put the information into our website because we are lit. This is the Gen Z, millennial woman, beta and alpha generations talking to a large language model that I have created from scratch in 2024. The competitive landscape is Victoria's Secret, it is Ann Summers. We are developing not clunky period pants that look like this, with a V-line, where I have to wear a long shirt to hide my big bountiful buttons, V-shape. We are creating sexy underwear, underwear that clips so that it holds in the fupa. You know the fupa? The large language model will inevitably be able to talk to men who raise their children on their own, their daughters, about periods. It will be able to speak to you in real time about what's going on, but we will be able to tailor our products around what the world of women all over the world will put into our large language model, and we will be the next Victoria's Secret models walking down in clippies like this. My ask is to look at the return on investment. Our customer acquisition is £4. We will create travel pants that actually push it to a small board that come out. We will solve so many problems, no wedges, no pains. We are asking for shape our products around what we're hearing and not what we're saying you need. And I've been implemented. I've been this. Thank you.
Thank you, man. This is a really good example of how to be very memorable and to present it very well. So well done. That being said, you left all of us confused. What exactly is the product?
Right, yeah. I am a software engineer. I create from code. I'm creating an AI large language model. My business partner is a model, an influencer, and a millennial Gen Z woman. The product is talking through the large language model, taking all the early adopters and creating underwear that we produce based on what we're hearing is needed, based on the fact that the actual idea we have isn't as phenomenal as we thought.
Thank you very much for a really great presentation. So let me summarize and you can tell me elaborate on it. So your first product is probably a website or a platform where women can go and tell you their underwear needs, right?
Yes.
And then you put together that data and you design a unique underwear suitable for each of those women. So that means I'm going to be receiving a custom-made underwear in my order through your website.
And not just that, we will figure out how many times people are asking for a particular thing.
Okay, so the question I have is the logistics behind this, because it looks like an incredibly customized underwear program, which means you need to produce each underwear in a way that is required by the person that you need. How are you going to get around that logistics? There's no economies of scale. It's going to be costly to produce the unit cost, the unit of the underwear.
If you can imagine, there's so much more to this. To keep it simple is the genius. It is underwear meets tech. What you missed was, on the first screen, I spoke about graphene is a Nobel Prize-winning substance that enables you to have wearables that you can have as an app. Not only will our underwear be customized, so you can choose the type of clips, if you want clips, what fabric you would like to wear, but also graphene in the fabric will be able to tell you it will be scent-free, because graphene is scent-free, and it will be able to communicate with the app.
So if I let you write one of your underwear would be enough to replace all of your underwear to have.
And sexy.
Alright, thank you, that's all.
Thank you.
Alright, for our last but not the least style of writing we will be meeting today is Brandon from Agondi. Round of applause, please. Brandon.
He already said last but not the least, so I don't have to say that line. So I will say, hi, my name is Brandon. Anytime I get nervous, I just quickly say, I was born in Edo State, Nigeria. I grew up in Belgium, and I live in the UK, so that kind of gets people to ask me questions instead. Also, this has been an amazing event. Thank you so much as well. While I get this up, let me just teach you a different language. So, if you cannot say like you're speaking French, or like French, bon, which means life. And that's basically what we are. So while I try to get this up, I can just start by saying, so Arbon is created to solve two problems in Edo State, Nigeria. One, provide digital skills as well as content creation skills. And secondly, provide an infrastructure and a physical space that gives us 12 hours of uninterrupted electricity and Wi-Fi. The reason we're doing this is because there is the infrastructure to actually apply the skills, practice, and excel. And that is where the physical hub itself comes in. The hub is to, like I said, have the infrastructure to give us 12 hours of uninterrupted electricity and Wi-Fi. And the reason that is because at the moment in Edo State, we have a little space and we only get 7 hours of electricity a day. Fuel is expensive. The gear to create content is expensive. And as I mentioned, data as well, is expensive. So the buying power in Edo State right now is not that great. So I'm not going to argue, getting someone who's encouraged to get into the digital space, even though they have a mobile phone, and we tell them, you can start with your mobile phone. Yeah, but then to solve the other parts, as well as the knowledge gap, they don't have that. So being able to build that infrastructure as well helps them after we upskill them. But it's not just for people we upskill, it's for the content creators, the entrepreneurs, the small businesses in Edo State who are looking to get their digital footprint and need a space to work. If you're a freelancer in Edo State and you get a remote job, for example, but you wake up in the morning, by the time you log on, your light goes off and you have to go back for, you can guarantee you have a space to come in, do your work, and be able to earn without having to run to Lagos or Abuja, as everyone likes to nowadays. Also, the work also making use of the hub. So for the next year, we want to at least once a month have a workshop or a course that will educate people on for the whole year. So that's a minimum at least once a month. We want the space, the workspace itself, to be able to have 50 people be able to work in that space, minimum. If we get a bigger space, yeah, great. As well as have the studio and the production team that helps people create content. I always like to give this scenario. If KFC is coming into Edo State and they want to promote, we don't have the content creators or people that have the numbers to be able to promote them, so they go back to the traditional way of promoting. We can go ahead and mention about the market and the numbers. Next slide. Yes, funding purpose. So in total, we are looking to raise 35,000 in the next 2 years, 35,000 pounds in grants, which will allow us to acquire a space of the building. We can at least pay off 2 years rent, and we don't have to think about that. Set up the electricity, which would be a combination of solar and generator and of NEPA. They give us light. If you're Nigerian, you know what that is. Set up the workspace as well as the state-of-the-art content creation studio and production team. Now, something that's not on the slide that is mentioned is after this part, the aim is that the space can fund itself as well. So with people paying to rent the space, it will be able to fund itself and sustain itself. Next slide. Our team. So this young lady is very important because she's my co-founder, but she is the ideal client. She understands the pain point that people are facing. So even when I was talking to her about pricing, she was able to tell me, sorry, the average salary is like $20 or $25 in Guinea right now. You cannot ask someone to pay 5,000 naira, which is like what, £2 or something. So she understands a lot of the pain point, and because she's the ideal client, she can see things that I can see. We both have years of experience in content creating and various range of skills. I come from a computer science background. I would love to do this with data in Edo State, but I don't have people that I can hire who on the ground who will be able to do it. The work we've done so far, we actually wanted to build a trip advisor for Edo State and in large Nigeria, but really found out there was a big tourism scene in Edo State. So we started by doing something simple. What if we showed people all the places they are to go to in Edo State? And with that, between 2022 and summer 2022 to summer 2023, we got 9,000 plus followers on TikTok, 1,000 plus 500 on Instagram. My co-founder, who is very good at building community, took them away from digital space and brought them in person. So we've seen them, we've spoken to them in person, and we've done other community outreach. So we know the people are there. We know they need this service. So instead of just staying on social media, we want to do more and impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As I was saying,
in the future, with people being able to rent use the workspace and rent the studios, I'm not a money first person, my co-founder is, but it should be able to run itself and look after itself.
Or is it for profit or for profit? And is it a charity?
At the moment, the space is more for non-profit.
Okay, so the money you're raising is actually for expansion, right? So,
sorry?
The money you're raising is for expansion, you're trying to...
Yes, we're trying to sell the space and have something.
Okay, let me give you an idea. I think just to know the big research, you have about 7 universities in those states.
Yes,
7. Why can't you partner with them and actually run these programs on campus? That sort of takes you to the overheads.
Edison has been doing a lot of great stuff in that space, and we are hoping to get through those doors. I've not been able to get through those doors, so it's something we have to do.
I think it's something you should actually do. Because it's not a benefit, not just the people in the state, but also the students that study at those universities.
Yes.
Indirectly of distance. So you get £5,000 for example, that can be redirected to something else instead of in a free of cost.
Thank you. I would just put echo what he said. I wish we had a slide that talked about partnerships, or in this case, UAE, right? That's a picture. It would have been great to capture the part of profitability, because again, this is the business niche. Even if it's business that's really run on grants, there has to be that part of profitability, or else always it's going to be giving money to those kind of things and what's money evaporates. Right? So it would be nice to just sort of capture that. And then what is the end goal for this course? I didn't get that sense of that. Is it to monitor, is it to create economic empowerment? What exactly?
So the end goal is to give the demographic that we mentioned an alternative path to earning. So a lot of times the ones that can go to universities or schools just go and learn, so apprenticeship basically. So we want to give them an alternative to that, which there is money in that content creation space and digital space. So giving them that infrastructure to be able to go earn for themselves. That's ultimately the end of it.
Any other question? No? All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. So thank you very much. We're going to give the judges some time to, hang us together to tell us who the winners will be. While we wait for the judges to tell us, I'm going to talk a little bit about So I have a keynote prepared for all of the startups here, which is why does building a unicorn underrated? I know for a lot of startups here are trying to build a unicorn company, but I'm going to challenge your mindset today on why maybe, just maybe, building a unicorn company is underrated. So give me 1 minute. Okay. every founder, everyone who's thinking about building a business wants to build a unicorn company. But what does really building a unicorn company mean? So Zig Ziglar says, you don't build a business, you build people, then people build a business. Let's use that as a foundation of our conversation here today. So you know, the word unicorn itself, how does a mystical animal come to be this relevant in this atom ecosystem? Well, historically, you look at the history of unicorn. So unicorn was, this is an animal that was first suggested during the Greeks by civilization. So the deep unicorn and the wonders in the it also featured in the 4th century BC. And when it became a bit popular, thanks to Greek physicians, and one of the things that they talk about unicorns is how important and how they get to think about this mystical animal that represents purity. So a unicorn is pure, it's supposed to be, a unicorn is innocent, a unicorn has no powers, and a unicorn is rare. So the entire process of a unicorn started was first introduced by a lady who is an investor, and he calls out unicorn, the first use of the term unicorn in the statistical rarity of $1 billion company that have not been publicly listed. So she was saying that companies were incredibly hard to get to $1 billion without being listed in the stock exchange. And like a unicorn, which is insanely hard to see, that means every founder, every startup that gets to $1 billion valuation should be turned a unicorn. And by the time 2013, there were only about 39 unicorns in the United States. So it makes sense for someone to say, oh, I've seen a unicorn. Why? Because there was 39 out of the thousands of startups that were being built during that time. But today, let's look at that statistics. Today, there's about 1,400 unicorns in the world. So it means the statistics have improved drastically. There's about 700 in the US alone. But here's another thing that a lot of people don't know. Only about 1% of unicorns are profitable. So then how do they become $1 billion? It's just valuations. Again, I have my iPhone. I want to send my iPhone to you. If you think my iPhone is worth 20 million, I will send my iPhone to you for 20 million. Does it mean that my iPhone is superior? No. Right? So when a company says I'm $1 billion company, it's saying that someone somewhere has agreed to buy or purchase a share in my company or part of my company at $1 billion value. Now, does that mean I'm building a strong business? No. So now have to build unicorn companies? Is it over exaggerated to build unicorn companies? The answer is